Hey, Glitch. Good afternoon, Chief. How's the cough going? It's been bad today, like really, really bad. That's why I'm so late on. And I'm running out of cough medicine as well. It's weird, it's really mucusy and nasty. Hey, TF, how you doing, Chief? I think this is the worst part of COVID, no joke. Is the cough. It's really, really rough. However, the sort of like tiredness and fatigue seems to be going. Still tired, but it's not as bad as it was like the last couple of days, so. Yeah, that's what a lot of people keep telling me, that the cough gets worse and worse near the end of it. So hopefully, I'm gonna have to go and maybe get some stronger cough medicine, a bit more like the Cavonia Clout version, because that shit, I remember using that a few years ago for a cough, and it literally disintegrated it in seconds. So yeah, I'll get that hopefully this week. Apart from that, absolutely fine. The weather is absolutely pissing with rain, so it's a bit of a downer of a day today, it seems. Thank goodness we have tea. Whew. Hey, ooh. Thank you very much for that, Chief. Appreciate the 17 months. Woo! That's how you start a show. Nice and sunny down south. That's good. I mean, up here we needed the rain. A lot of the rivers are very dried out and stuff like that. So, then we'll get the snow. So I'm looking forward to snow season. We don't see much snow. I love my snow. Snow is life. Good afternoon, Reformed. How you doing, sir? Triac as well. Good day to you. Hope everyone's well. Enjoying your Sundays. Chill here. Nice, nice. Ooh. Hey, Looney. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm your host, Michael the Dark Lawrence, and welcome to another episode of The Darkness here on Twitch. Woo! It is Sunday, chat. 18th September 22, day 123. 123? 123 in a row now. We are onwards. What is it now? 59. 59 days to hit the first goal. Whew. We can say we streamed every single day for 6 months. Yay. Debating how one can get motion activated FPV camera into one of my RC crawlers. What are you two doing free here? What you want? You've just been fed. You've just been fed, vultures. Yes. Hello, Luna. Hello, Nova. You coming to chill? They can't see you, but they can see your ear. A little sneaky ear right here. You're so small. No, Nova, Nova. Nova, there's not enough room for the big Bowser as well. Oh, you're soaking. Oh, you're wet. Is that what you want? What is it? What is it? There's no God, Jesus. Come on, away, out, get, Chanel, away. Away. You can't come in here and just keep asking for sweets every time I'm sitting down doing stuff. No, that's not fair. Come on, away. You'll get stuff later. You literally just got fed, you fat guppies. God damn it. Huskies. He's taking a toy and sulking. Oh man. Hey Fetch, how you doing, Chief? Bloody Huskies. I think they're a bit bored today. It's absolutely pouring outside, so we ain't going anywhere. In the state I'm in, there is no way I'm risking getting completely drenched. Just in case I get ill again. No way. No, thank you. Oh. Man, it's so quiet on the old Star Citizen front right now. Try and tune into people's streams last night, and it was just sort of like, it was hard. It was hard. I think I might take a wee trip to Hurston today. See how that goes. Outside action. We desperately need a free 18 though. That is a given. But even then, I don't think it's going to clear much of the rut that people have right now. It's going to have to take something really, really good, because obviously derelict sites, stuff like that, is not enough for people these days. And it's all about the traffic, right? It's not the content that's part of the game, it's the fact that people are bored because you just literally do not cross anyone in the game. I was going to play, but gave up and did some printing instead. Nice chill chat with guys. Yeah. It's difficult right now. It's very difficult. A lot of people are taking holidays. You got like Salty Mike, Burks, Zero State. They're all having little holidays right now. Probably like the best time as well to do it. Hey Zeman. Wait, it's the evening now. It is the evening, yes. Well, it's still afternoon for me. Oh. Stars hasn't slowed to load up today. Holy shit. It is snailing across. Oh, I don't have a friends list. Okay. Interesting. Do you have a friends list? Well, it's more just the guys in the organization. I don't really count anyone as a friend in my life. Friends let you down. Family lets you down. It's better to be solo. I still need to upgrade my cup. That's the last of those ones. Oh god, ZDF. Oh, it's Orison today. Is there any actually point fucking playing today? If Orison is on. Oh dear. I think this week, what I'm gonna be doing is probably doing like 1-2 hour shows and then doing some other things in life once I'm better able to move around. Because if we got like a couple of weeks to wait for 318 PTU, if that, that's gonna be difficult. Very difficult. Hey Salty, how you doing? You can practice sniping people at Orison. Orison is just such a bore event. I got no interest in that. I'd rather just fly around for 30 minutes and that would be the stream, basically, Zeman. You know what I mean? All these fucking markers above people's heads and stuff like that, it's such a bad way of doing a game. But CAG insists on having it, you know? God markers for this, God markers for that. Fuck, imagine if you actually had to open your eyes and play a video game, right? Whew. You could definitely tell that nobody, like, the Space Dad community of Star Citizen could never play Tarkov. Like, Tarkov would actually trigger them to the point where they would just quit. Because they wouldn't know who's friend or foe, right? CIG give you markers. Every marker, every bloody where, like, heaven forbid you actually able to read a name. They're playing DayZ and stuff, you know? I quite like it when you don't have player markers or player names, and you actually have to play the guessing game. Some VR? Maybe VR. Yeah, I could actually, right now there's no way I could do VR though, Reformed, if you know what I mean. Like, I'm still in a weakened state from COVID. But there is a game which is like a John Wick simulator that I want to get and show off on stream. So we might do some VR in the next like week or something like that, but I need to be completely out of this COVID rut before I do anything.
To the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
There's no way I can stand and wiggle around a bit. I barely have enough energy to sit down, it's so weird.
Insurance claim has been sent.
So that would definitely need to be sorted out beforehand. I think this one is the right one. Yeah. The Space Dad community can't even play Wing Commander. My keyboard seems to have done. Nice. Yeah, we could do that. We could do some like just Star Citizen during the day for like an hour and then get into some VR. I quite fancy another playthrough of Alex, to be honest. I did say the C word quite a lot in our first playthrough of Alex. Especially when shit was jumping up against me and stuff like that. That was a lot of fun, actually. I did enjoy that game. Hey, Pooey. Sorry to hear that, dude. Yeah, I'm just sort of coming out of the end of COVID, so just a chesty cough basically right now, but yeah, hope it's good for you. Or as good as can be. You still haven't played Alex? What the fuck, man? Like, if you got VR, dude, you need to play Alex. That's not even a question. That should be a standard thing to do the moment you get a VR headset. Like, that game will change your perspective of VR completely, you know? It's so good, man. Oh. I need to give Alex another go. Only played it for an hour, so it takes time to set up the VR. Yeah. I only got an Oculus Quest, so sadly no Alex for me. You should still be able to play Alex. You should still be able to play Alex, dude. Why wouldn't you be able to play Alex? Well, I wouldn't have. The only reason I got COVID Pooey was I had to look after my mother who lives in the same house. So she got COVID from one of her meet and greets in the village. So if it wasn't for that situation, I still wouldn't have had COVID. But I'm not jabbed up, so it allows me to create my own cells basically for it. You don't need to. You don't need to do room scale, dude. You just do ring, small scale VR for Alex. You don't need to do room scale for any VR, dude. Room scale is only to make it easier on thyself, like moving around. Just make a small ring. And just don't go out of it. No, you don't need to be able to do full scale VR for Alex. That's just a luxury. I can't even do that? Well, you don't have the ability to stand up and put your arms around, and you don't have that amount of space. Right. It's a little cubby, right. I'm pretty sure you could play Alex sitting down. Maybe. I have a Quest 2. You can play Alex on that. Alright. Take the PC outside? Yeah, but can the Oculus... The Oculus can go outside, though. Or, like, it can go into a different room. If I remember correctly. Like, the Quest doesn't require you to be beside the PC. You can literally go into a bathroom and stand in a shower in VR if you really wanted to. That VR space station game Cyber Angels playing looks interesting. Yeah, that's actually a pretty cool game, yeah. Yeah, you can do it on wireless, yeah. Saber's shit, dude. The only good place for the Saber is to take it into hard atmosphere where fighters can't run away from it. That's where it's king, sadly right now. The Saber needs a lot of love for it to ever be considered usable in any other situation, sadly. Oh, it's not powerful enough to run Alex in standalone. You can transmit wireless to the Quest now? Yeah, I think so, yeah. Again, I've got the Index, but I know a lot of people who use the Quest in video games. It's a VR game where you play as an android, Zaman, and you can actually, like, move yourself around. What you're wanting to do is actually play it sitting down, because you use your hand to pull yourself in a 3D space environment. And you can actually, whilst there's characters moving in the game, you can actually grab their legs and be pulled along by it. It's really fucking cool. It's got full Newton's law in it. I can't remember the name of the game though. That would actually be a game that we could play. Again, I think because Star Citizen's just going to be quiet for the next like 3 or 4 weeks, I think what I'm going to do is just do our daily Star Citizen stuff, and then maybe just do some VR for some exercise and, you know, hang out and stuff. I'll need to get it all set up again because obviously I reinstalled these PCs, so I don't have all my systems in play, but we can just do it, you know. Especially if it's a rainy day outside, I'll just sit and we'll set up some VR gammon. VR gammon! Because I want to show you guys the John Wick game. The John Wick game is built off Alex, so you need Alex to actually play this mod of John Wick, and it's so realistic. You could do the TDL guide to sitting on the couch talking to people stream. I don't know. We'll see, man. We'll see. I think if Star Citizen's quiet, we'll do some VR. Do a VR horror. Who fancies a VR horror? That goes so well with me. Remember the last VR game Cyborg Angel challenged me to fucking do? Remember that game? It had the fucking ghost with the titties? The big dangly titties. Every game she sent me to play in VR, like, she's failed miserably because I literally am. I just don't get scared of these things. Aliens Isolation VR. The only reason I wouldn't play Aliens Isolation in general glitch is because the game is rigged, right? So you have to play like a little pussy in that game. And I don't like that, right? That's the only thing I don't like about Aliens Isolation is you have to play as a little pussy character in it. You can't be aggressive, you can't outsmart the AI. And that's what I was doing in Phasmophobia when I was playing Messiah. I was outsmarting the fucking AI, showing it who's fucking boss. I don't like rigged games. I like, especially for VR or survivals and stuff. I hate that shit. You should always be able to beat these things, doing other things and stuff like that. So I wouldn't play any of these games that are like pre-set up. Ah, Pinewood. Shall we go to Pinewood? Bit of Pinewood. I think Pinewood's down in the water, if I remember correctly. A mod that removes the tether. Nice. See, that's what I'm talking about, right? That's what really pisses me off with a game like that, is that there's an actual tether to keep the alien close to you. So you actually can't outsmart it at all. It's always fucking rubber banding back to your location, you know? No, I don't want to 1v1 fight it with my fists. I want to be able to stick a fucking wrench up its asshole and watch it scream down the hallway, you know? Or something like that, Zaman, right? But you can't do that kind of shit in that game. You gotta fucking hide behind a little table. Ooh, no, the alien's going to smell me, you know? We have actually, yeah, we have actually everything loaded up. You do get a flamethrower? Yeah, but I bet you get the flamethrower right at the end of the game, right? Oh, there's no comms. Fuck, this game is so unathletic these days. Why the fuck does everyone have to turn comms off like little pussy boys like in this fucking game? It annoys me, man. Oh, I don't want to go to jail for fucking 5 minutes. Ugh, fucking hell. All this way for no reason, like. I have to swap server. Wow, it's also CIG's fault for making it too fucking easy. Like, they took it away where you got a crime stat for doing it, Puppeteer, you know what I mean? That's the worst thing, right? If you're a subscriber, fetch, yeah. If not, just ask a moderator for a permit. Yeah, but I can't be bothered to keep pressing F1, salty, right? It's not fun. It was like some low budget Michael the Mouse Chinese knockoff. Yeah. Ugh, so boring. So boring.
Several platforms on Crusader, and the CDF is seeking for volunteers to help.
They need to make it where you get a crime stat for taking the comrade down. Straight to crime free. That's how it should be. I would love that. Crime free. Make it where you have to do certain things. It's too easy, this game. We take down comms when we want to do large-scale operations to prevent shenanigans. Yeah, but it needs to be harder. I'm sorry, it's just too fucking easy to take a comrade down. Far too easy.
Welcome to the
It needs to be a challenging thing.
system.
Where one potato peel can't fucking do it, you know? Ugh.
Your insurance claim.
So sick and tired of how this game has just gone so filthy casual these days. No, I don't want to fucking move that one.
Your insurance claim has been sent. Please visit us again. Goodbye.
Alert all criminals when somebody is near the comm station? No, because that wouldn't, it would be the opposite way around. It's just the fact that nobody bothers to fucking put it back up, right? Because the mission's broken. If you guys don't know, that's why I'm pissed off about it. The mission or the system to bring the comm ray back up is broken. Once you take a comm ray down, that's it, it's fucked. It doesn't go back up. It's just another thing, again, that CIG have not fixed in a long, long time. Yeah, but that should be, you know what I mean, Jonas, that's how it should be. You shouldn't be able to solo a comrade, in my opinion. Shouldn't be able to solo a comrade. And then you've got to backspace, you know what I mean? Like, the game is so full of cancer right now, it's ridiculous. Like, backspacing, going to menu, you know, I just did it there because I couldn't be bothered to fly all the way back to Grim Hex. The game is so unathletic right now. Well, that's other bugs, right? That's other bugs that CIG have just not bothered to do, you know? Exactly, yeah, exactly. There's a lot of stuff that's so scuffed right now, and this is where I really wish CIG would do like two patches a year for like content, and then one major patch a year for fixes. This would be a really smart move for CIG to do, right? Because this year they've only managed to do free 17 and free 18. Free 19 has been shit canned to next year, so it's another year of pushing patches back. Just make it where there's only 2 patches a year, and the third one at the end of the year is a quality of life major fix. Give the team like 3-4 months to fix things like comrays and stuff like that. It's what's required for the game. It really needs more love in certain things. Yeah, but turrets are not meant to instantly respawn, Jonas. That's a bug.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
That is a bug.
Selected. Stand by.
But I think that would be a really good thing for CIG to do. 2 major patches a year, and the final one at the end of the year, so that the team can relax off and basically have like 6 months solid for the next stuff until the following year, and then just have like quality of life fixes. That was the plan for free Steam with 17, but then they got it so with it as well. However, it seems that PV players like it a lot. What, taking comrades down, is that what you're talking about? Systems are green. If they would just fix it where you could bring the comms back up, you know. It's such a silly mechanic. Like when you approach the facility, and the comm ray is completely turned off, how do the fucking turrets and missiles know you're there, you know? That's what, like, there's so much to do with comm rays that it's just so silly. So silly. What is this? A Pisces. And a colorless black. Wow. Oh, right, yeah. That's true, yeah. Ooh, that cutlass is spinning around without any engines. Whew. You also need to make it where comm rays come back up automatically like a failsafe. You know? If you're going to hold a comm ray down, you need to like refresh it every 15, 30 minutes or something like that. Either that, it needs to be automatic. Because that's the biggest issue, is that people can turn the comm ray down, then the missions are fucked to bring it back up right now. And then if somebody that pulled the comm ray down leaves the server, you know what I mean? It could be hours and hours of nothing able to happen. So it should definitely like have something where in lore UEE come with a maintenance team to bring it back online after a period of time. Well, at least Call to Arms is fixed for 318. We got that one sorted. Call to Arms is no longer affecting PvP in 318. It's been completely removed. It will only do PvE stuff. So when comms are down, you can't go to jail. Even if somebody has your bounty. Yeah, because Call to Arms is broken. It has been broken for 2 years, and finally CIG have got it sorted. After a lot of pestering. Because what you would do is you would take the comm ray down, wait for somebody to turn up, like at Jumptown for example, take the comm ray down, and because you got Call to Arms, if they're red, you can put them in prison. Without even needing their bounty. Also leaves bounty hunters with little counterplay. They have a mission to literally put you in prison. That's all they needed. They didn't need it where they could put you in prison for no reason. Does the bounty still complete if the bounty gets killed with the comms down? The person doesn't go to prison, Zaguma, but you get the money. You get the money. But what happens is Call to Arms was pushing people to prison if they were criminal or not. Long as they were red, Call to Arms would put you in prison, even with comm ray down. So the good thing about this is now, it'll be like killing people at Grim Hex, for example. You'll still get the bounty money, but they won't go to prison. And that's what happens when the comm rays are down. But because Call to Arms is broken right now, you can literally put anybody in prison just because they attack you. So even if they're blue, 100% blue, if they attack you and they turn red, you can put them into prison with Call to Arms. That's getting changed in 318. We've managed to pester enough to get a wonderful person to help us out. Because far too many people cheese it. They use that mission as an abusive way of putting people in prison. Because you don't need to be a criminal. Sorry, guys. You could literally have somebody shooting at somebody and get in front of their fire, they turn red, you kill them and you put them in prison and they've not even got crime 1 because of cult arms. It's such a broken mission, so it's meant to be fixed for free 18, which is fantastic because, again, anytime CIG gets rid of cheese or exploits in this game, I'm just super happy with it. Hey Steve, how you doing? Because I just can't stand cheese in it. Like, this game is just so bad, where it's got so many loopholes for people to do things. And every time we win, where we get one of these very cheesable missions or weapons or ships fixed, like the Scorpius is fixed for free 18. You won't be able to close your wings and shoot your guns with size 3 for the pilot. Because that's an exploit. Because when you close the wings, you put more HP over your engine components and you shield them. So you literally become a ship that it was never designed to be. And this is only because you can close your wings with size 3 weapons. If you do it with size 2, it turns the weapons off. Now, I'm fine for people to close their wings and use it as a defensive plate, but they shouldn't be able to fucking backstrafe and shoot at the same time and do all these things with it. That is where the exploit I look at comes into play. Alright? To Hadley. What is love? We'll reduce this, yes, yeah. Alright, good, we got Comrade. Didn't they mention that CS1-2 would get stations firing at you and wouldn't get... so they're most likely going to do something where 1 and 2, you'll probably be able to pay it off at a station. Like Grimhex or something like that. And 3+, you will have to do, go to SPK glitch. Which I think is cool, right? Because again... This is where, for bounty hunters, it's a really good, like, when you have multiple locations where somebody go to get rid of their crime stat, it makes it too easy to get away. So, they either should have made it where it was always at SBK or always at, like, a security bunker on Hurston or something like that. That would have been cool, right? When is NT blockade? When it spawns, dude. They put out a calendar or a schedule for it, but I'm not a timekeeper, dude. Just go to the main website, it'll tell you. Yeah, the turrets definitely need to engage you at crime 3 and above. It's so silly that turrets engage you at crime 1, right? Like, if you're shooting at the turrets, then yeah, of course they should shoot back, right? But when you're just getting shot for, like, imagine if you just banged your car, right? And then you've got the army literally coming in to, you know, nuke your car in real life because you just banged into somebody in an accident. Isn't there a big risk of money exploit if you can complete a bounty without sending them to prison? What money, dude? What money? Crime 5 is only 40k. You could literally do an NPC mission and make 40k, right? You can kill one hammerhead. Right, check this out. If you are Crime 5 and you jump into a server, you can get a mission to kill the Navy. 8 Navy to kill for 65k. And you get a mission to kill a hammerhead for 45k. If you kill that one hammerhead, you can complete the 8 Navy men dead, Zaguma, right? So you can literally, as a Crime 5, hop servers, kill one hammerhead, and make 120 something k in like 10 minutes. So 40k to kill a criminal just to, without putting them into prison? Who the fuck cares, dude? Like, it's an underpaid mission. Didn't they up the bounty payments for... No, it's useless, dude. It's 40k for a Crime 5. No. The CIG's upping is by 5k, guys. Right? Way! You travel around chasing after a player for an extra 5k than you would have got previously. It's so sad, man. Why do you think nobody does PvP in the game anymore? Because CIG have made it so easy to do PvE and make huge amounts of money to go and get your 890s and stuff like that. Why would you ever interact with another player? Nobody does PvP bounting. Because it's such a low paid mission. For somebody that either alt F4s or leaves the server because they've been bored. Like, for example, I could sit here for the next hour, right? Nobody comes for me. And I eventually leave the server as somebody appears, and they go, oh, TheDarkLaw's just running away. No, I've been sat here for an hour waiting for somebody. I don't know if anybody's coming after me, because originally, when somebody had your bounty, your marker up in the top corner would flash to let you know when somebody actually had your bounty mission. So you knew somebody in the server was coming for you. And they took all of this away. They've literally dialed down PvP in this game to a joke. And again, I can literally go Crime 5 and hop servers where I never get put in prison or I never get bounty hunted, and I can make like 150k every 10 minutes. It's stupid. It's so stupid. PvE makes so much money over PvP, and that's why we always talk about in this channel where it's backwards. If you're doing low risk missions, you should not get rewarded more than high-risk PvP, in my opinion. Because PvP has a much higher chance of you losing something in the process of it, right? But you get underpaid for this method. CIG is bonkers. Anything that's to do with PvP should be highly scaled, risk versus reward, you know, kind of system. But they have it literally where you can go and AFK bounty hunt and make like 250k to 500k an hour, depending on how good you are at it. If you got like an eclipse or something like that, if you got multiple people to chain it, and you just make so much money just dribbling across the keyboard. It's so stupid. Yeah, but again, where do you see that as an exploit? Like, somebody to get to Crime 5 isn't exactly easy, right, Zuguma? So if somebody is worth 40k, why would you ever just kill them? You know what I mean? Like, nobody cares about exploiting PvP rewards, because if I'm a Crime 5, right, I don't let my friends or somebody I know get my bounty just for a fucking mere 40 or 100k, because that's my reputation being lost for the sake of cheesing it, you know what I mean? It's the same thing in EVE Online. People had billions and billions and billions of rewards placed on because I could put money on that person. My own bounty I could put on top of somebody that pissed me off. And you never got them. They never fucking let people kill them because it was more of the idea that it's like, you know, fucking doing this to people. You can't get my bounty, you're not getting that money. They would literally leave characters logged in on a server and play on an alt just to piss people off. So I never have this fear of PvP being used as an exploited money, because if you are somebody that cares about your crime stat, you won't give it away. Yeah, but how are you meant to get your crime stat? You know what I mean, Zaguma? Like, Crime 5 is not easy to get. So if people are literally going to crime free and then they're fucking killing it, they won't do that shit. They won't do it because you don't make enough money. And even if they did put the money up, people are not going to bother doing that, dude. And who the fuck cares if they are exploiting? Money is worthless in this game. It literally means nothing in Star Citizen. You can have 150 billion fucking currency in game, nobody gives a shit. Nobody goes, oh wow, that guy's got a lot of money. Nobody cares. If you have every single fucking ship in this game with all the best fit on it, still nobody gives a fuck. It means nothing in Star Citizen. Survivability and reputation of when people talk about you is the fucking currency of this game. So, again, if somebody is so fucking minor that they're going to be exploiting or killing their friend for 150k, let them fucking do that, because they're the guys that never got picked for fucking sports day. Their parents were too unathletic to fucking do the three-legged race, you know? That's just it. That's just how the game will be. Nobody gives a fuck about these individuals. What would you rather get? 35k a pop than an NPC mission for 100k? You should just never... NPC farming should not be more money than PvP. Yeah, exactly. Again, who the fuck is going to be doing this kind of shit for such low amount of money? Like, unless you are making $1 billion at a time, nobody cares. Like, if you go, oh, I just made $1 million, nobody fucking cares. I've just bought myself a fucking caterpillar. Wait. Again, nobody cares when you say this shit to people. Nobody goes, oh yeah, congratulations, dude. That must have put some serious fucking effort into the game, you know? Exactly, Salty. I mean, people were literally remote selling. Do you remember this, Suguma? You could literally park your caterpillar, right? You would put one caterpillar at a location, and then you would have another caterpillar at the station, and you could sell without having to fly your caterpillar. You could literally transfer a full laden caterpillar virtually to the station and sell it by just having somebody at the location, right? Because you would have one person to buy and the other person would sell it at like Hurston and stuff, and you never need it. Nobody gave a shit. You were literally making 1.4 million in 5 seconds. Nobody gave a shit. CIG didn't even patch it for like 6 months because again, nobody cares about currency in this game. It is nothing to brag about, and it's nothing to ever worry about. Because again, in the future, this money will be used to pay off people from destroying your outposts or like NPCs doing things and stuff like that. Currency is a minor factor in this game. Because again, you could have the best ship, the best modules, and you still get absolutely wrecked by people. And you'll just lose that money in the process. Because it's, again, money is worthless. It does not mean shit in this game. Especially with the wipes coming more frequently, with upcoming patches, well, again, even if they stopped doing the wipes, right? Nobody would care about money. I've got like, what, 1.8 million, right? I can literally, I have all my ships, fighters already fitted out. What do I need any more money for? It's just to pay for repair bills. Or you could have somebody that goes, oh yeah, I've got 10 billion. And again, it's like, who fucking cares, man? You know? Who cares? Oh. Sorry, chat. Ugh. They really need to do an economic refactoring if they want people to actually engage more in more metas. They need to make it where you lose assets when you lose your ship, Doc. So instead of automatically getting your full ship fitted back, you need to go and buy all the stuff again, right? That's how I look at it. Oh shit, point blank fucking missile. That's ballsy. And point blank missing. That's pretty cool, like. Gotta give props for that. If that hit, that would have been pretty juicy. He's trying to shoot, he is, Wilfer, but when you take out the back engines, it's hard to turn around. Hey, caveman, how you doing? I wish we could already build outposts. It'll be coming. I think we'll see it more next year, to be honest, Salty, right? When money is worthless, it can't be used driver to push players into certain directions. Exactly, yeah. You need where people can leak assets in this game. Where, for example, if you have it where you don't get all your modules back when you lose your ship, there's where there's a money leak. If repairs, refuel, rearming were higher in price, there's also a money leak. Building your own asset, station, outpost that could be attacked and you've got to upgrade it or you've got to pay people to defend it is a money leak. Those three things, when that happens in the game, that's when money actually becomes a proper asset in Star Citizen. Until then, money is just a figure of numbers, right? That it has no like longevity or anything like that. I'm curious to see how combat be like. Well, you'll probably get a down state. So what will happen is you'll get the explosion, boom, and then it'll go into a down state and it'll crash to the ground and people will be able to run out of the ship or something like that, and you'll be able to salvage it and do all those things, Wilfer. Because we're getting salvaging in 3.18, which is when you blow up somebody, you'll be able to harvest their wreck site and stuff. It won't disappear because PES has been added to the game, and PES stops things from just randomly disappearing on the server. Last week I nuked a hammerhead with my Eclipse. He was red and I didn't have a crime stat. The moment I blew him up, I got instant crime 4. I wonder why. Because of the people on board. People on board fetched. If you think about it, you get like instantly crime free for blowing up a ship. Then you get another crime stat for the pilot. If they had 1 or 2 gunners, you get a crime stat for every single one of those deaths. Homicide, you know what I mean? It starts adding up. When you kill a multi-crew ship, you can literally go from no crime stat to crime 5, depending on the players. I think gold sinks are coming. I hope so. I hope gold sinks are coming. But lots of assets would be a bridge too far. Maybe component degrade. No, we used to have it. Doc, we used to have it a few years ago where whenever you lost your ship, you had to go and buy all the modules again for it. And it actually made the game fun. It made it risk versus reward. If you wanted to have the best modules, you had to be putting some time in and stuff. So I think it should come back, personally. I don't think you should always be able to get your stuff back from just reclaiming. I think that's a joke, personally. You have no idea what loss is because you just get everything back by reclaiming. It'd also be nice to have ship theft sale again. I know. There needs to be more things where the thought of loss outweighs certain people's choices sometimes, right? Because you don't have that in the game right now. You don't have a care. If you lose... If I go to prison, I'm crime 4. I go to prison, it's literally 15-20 minutes of work to get the fuck out of prison. Whoop-de-fucking-do. I can be crime 5 within 2 bunkers again from killing NPCs. So within 45 minutes, I can be back at crime 5 doing the same thing that I've done. I don't have any major downtime. That shouldn't be the case. Well, the thing is, we had to do it in EVE Online, Doc, right? And this is where, again, you say it takes too much time. It doesn't take too much time. Like, if you have 30 minutes to play each day, you've got plenty of time to play this, right? What are you talking about? An average gamer, 5 minutes, 10 minutes to play? You shouldn't be playing a fucking video game if you've got that amount of time. If you're playing an hour, you've got adequate enough time to go and buy things in the game and do things and earn credits and stuff like that. Because again, every other game, Elite Dangerous, all these things required you to do these things. and people still played. Because you also do logistics runs. If you think about it, it opens up a job for somebody, right? No, you didn't need to have that to succeed at EVE. You just needed to communicate with people. When we get physicalized cargo, it means that somebody, right, I could go, right, Doc, I'm a fucking crime 4. I'm based out of Grim Hex. Can you go to ArtCorp and buy me these things and transport them to Grim Hex and make money? There you go, you know? You've got to remember that people... What I'm talking about is that now in the game for free 18, you can have people buy things for you and bring them to a location because of these things. So you don't necessarily need to do that kind of stuff. You just need to have people that do logistics runs for you. And you pay them a premium for it. So you go and make some money, you buy the modules off a player, and then boom bada bing, you know? And again, if people don't have time to play Star Citizen, this is not the game to casually play. I'm sorry. But you should never play a sandbox game if you have casual time. You're never going to get anywhere in a sandbox game with casual play. And they will not build it around for people that are weekend warriors. They won't. Because that will not sell this game. It's why EVE is so successful, because they don't give a shit about people who have got casual time. And that's the truth. And CIG will go this way as well. Because whenever somebody buys the game, they've already made their money from you. They're looking to make money from the people that keep playing. And buy skins, and buy ships, and buy all these things, right? They're not going to give a shit about somebody who literally pays 45 bucks. They won't. As much as people want that fucking justification that they've paid that amount of money, they won't care. Here's a fix, monthly insurance on your components? Yeah, that could work. I would be fine with that. Anything to stop the very casual loophole of all you have to do is press reclaim and that is your gameplay loop. Because that's the biggest problem with the game right now. Is that fuel, repair, rearming is just zero factor in money, and then all you do is press reclaim on any location, you get your shit back for free pretty much, or you spend a fucking tiny amount of money of no give a fuck for extra few minutes taken away, right? But you still get everything back, apart from little fucking personal weapons that mean absolutely nothing right now. Subscriber flare, ooh, again, nobody cares about that. If you're casual and you can always hop in ships with more hardcore fork, exactly, caveman, exactly. Oh, you can, Doc. You can do it. You can do it the way I'm talking about. Because again, when somebody doesn't have the time to play the game, or gets bored of the game, they don't make money for Star Citizen or CIG and stuff like that. So you always make loopholes for, as you quote, Chads or somebody like that who plays a lot of money into the game. Because that's how every MMO is these days. If you look at any MMO, any sandbox game, that's how it's designed right now. To build money. Of course you make a base game for everyone. I'm not saying like once you've paid the money, that's it, fuck you, don't play the game. There's nothing for you in Star Citizen. But I'm talking about if you make the game really, really casual, where it's easy for somebody to play like 10 minutes a fucking day, and they can actually progress in the game because of that, that game is dead within 6 months if you have it in that kind of state, right? I'm talking about where you have to put in weeks of gameplay on any scale, you know, to get somewhere in a game. Because everyone at the moment has their own and wants to fly it themselves. Yeah, that is very true. Everyone buys a ship, they all want to be the pilot, they all want to do it this way, and eventually down the line, it might actually be more simpler to be a gunner, be a crewman, because you don't have the time to maintain your own ship. Who knows how CIG go with it? Well, again, you have to look at it this way. If you don't make it a grind and you make it where everyone gets everything within 6 months, Doc, what do you do after you've got everything in a video game? Whenever somebody grinds up and the game is so easy to get to max level, max gear, max dungeons, whatever you have in a video game, when somebody gets to that stage, they go and play another fucking video game. That's not what you want from a game like Star Citizen. That's why EVE is so successful, because they make it where you don't ever get a downtime to be like, oh cool, I've managed to do this. No, it's on to the next thing. Everyone in this game is an admiral that has no crew. Yeah, very true. Very, very true. But you see people, it's like, we have a thing in my organization where if somebody comes in and goes, yeah, I've got a Javelin, I've got an Idris, I've got a Kraken, I'm like, well, cool, I'm not recruiting you. And it's not because of, like, the person has been arrogant that they've spent a lot of money in the game. It's the fact that I don't have the players to fucking use these ships. So I don't want them in my fleet because of it. I don't want a million fucking admirals with no crew. And then, oh yeah, but you'll get NPCs. People are fucking dreaming that NPCs are going to do anything more basic than just turret controls, right? That's it. We have NPCs that right now do turret controlling, but that is the limit of an NPC in this game. And I think a lot of people need to realize that for the future, that I don't think CIG are going to have NPCs that fucking do everything inside your ship, right? NPCs. Well, remember yesterday, somebody in chat was actually complaining about that they would have to have multi-crew to do the new reclaimer work for Free 18 because they didn't want to pick up the boxes in the back and stack them in the reclaimer. If you have an NPC that does that, I suppose that person would be very happy then, because they wouldn't have to do, and quote, boring gameplay. They should probably add a way to buy yourself into the game without a ship. That would, no joke, Fetch. I know a lot of people that would love to spend like 40 bucks for this game, but you don't get a ship, and you don't get a hangar and stuff. You literally get like a really good fucking armor with a set of weapons and stuff like that. But for them to be able to do like a game package like that, they need to have it where there's NPCs that pick you up and take you to places, and we are meant to be getting that next year, the public transportation of like taxis and stuff like that, because obviously if you don't have a ship and you don't know anyone to take you anywhere, how do you get planetside and stuff like that, you know? I think org fleets will resolve a lot of the ship expense, hopefully. Again, this game just needs yeah, I know, but what I'm saying, Doc, is not everyone wants to fly a ship, right? Not everyone. I know a lot of people that have no interest in flying a spaceship. They literally just want to get down, shoot FPS style, and be dropped off at a location. They don't want to learn how to fly in this game. So rentals, yes, would work to a certain degree, but people just want to buy a package, play Star Citizen, and be dropped off at outposts and bunkers and stuff, and then picked up by an NPC and stuff like that. You know? Which is fair. And I think Star Citizen should advertise or sell a package like that in the future, you know? Yeah, but how many people actually do taxis, you know? A lot of people will wait for NPCs. By buying a PTV and driving to the bunker? Yeah, I know, but again, if you are in like a location like Crusader, how does somebody do that? Van, you know what I mean? We eventually do need the ability for NPCs to do public transportation work, like where you go from Port Olisar to Hurston, for example, you know? And you're not relying on players, you're jumping in a big, I don't know, space taxi thing. Call it the Space Marine package. Yeah. Well, you remember you used to spend $5 to play Star Citizen Dogfighter module. You didn't need to buy the game. You just need to spend $5 and you could play Arena Commander basically when it was called the Dogfight module. Moving boxes with a 300 UEC multi-tool and a multi-million UEC ship like a Reclaimer, which is fully automated, is kind of ridiculous. Yeah, but again, as I was trying to advertise with the person, yes, they salty. It's only tier 0, dude. It's only tier 0. You know? Maybe eventually down the line they'll have a crane system that does it inside the Reclaimer. Because you also got to remember, the Reclaimer is not gold standard. It still needs full interior work and all that jazz set up. So what you're seeing in salvaging for a Reclaimer right now is only tier 0. In 2-3 years, it might be where you're fucking pulling levers and a big crane is dunking things down. You don't know what's inside that ship to come. Have you done the event? No, I don't do these events, Duck. I generally do not do PvE stuff in this game. It's so boring. I think NPC taxis will be a thing. They already have the commercial ports at each station. Yeah, very true. Almost as old as the Connie. Reclaimer is old. What do? I am literally sitting here with a crime stat waiting for some bounty hunter to come and kill me. And if they don't turn up, I'll bounce server. That's what I do. This is why I love your streams. We can talk metas without getting into arguments. Everyone is adding conversation rather than... Yeah, again, like, why would... like, we all want the game to be amazing. Like, I want somebody to be able to play this game on a casual level, but also have the understanding that because they play it at a casual level, you're never going to compete with somebody that has, like, ridiculous amount. I'm not talking about my hours. I'm talking about somebody that would put like 12 hours into Star Citizen every day. You're never going to compete with somebody like that, because that's the difference between casual and hardcore, time, player, all that kind of stuff. But we can all agree that we're wanting the game where if you were to look at like a flow chart of how it would work for people, you're kind of wanting to where it goes up in a nice curve, right? You're not wanting it to go low and then up just because somebody spends more time in the game. That's how you break a game. You're wanting, as you said right at the start, a nice balanced curve of where somebody can play the game, get into the game, enjoy the game, but they have to understand that if they want to go further, they need to either put more time in it or work together with other players to achieve set goals. I like to set up ambush for bounty hunters, so do I, but the problem is, though, Caveman, is there's just not anybody doing PvP bounty hunting these days, because it just doesn't make any money, right? I'm a fighter pilot in an Arrow, one of my favorite ships, the F-22. But again, there's so many things that unfortunately CIG need to get around to before everything we've talked about comes into sort of fruition, you know? Definitely for me, what I would like to see CIG achieve within the next like 2 years is a lot of the cheese taken away. So the Alt F4ing, the backspacing, the leaving of the servers, the killing yourself just to teleport everywhere in the game is kind of sad. There's no reason to return to base, you just leave the game, you know? So in the future, where I would be like, I would do this, right? I'm going to log back in at the same location. I'm not going to disappear back to Grim Hex and stuff like that. That's going to be when the game is more interesting to me. They need to make it where PvP is a little bit more rewarding, but also where you're not forced to go and do it. You know what I mean? Like, you can still go and do PvE, make a lot of money, yada yada yada, but they need to make it where PvP is a little bit more rewarding, risk versus reward. There needs to be a reason why you repair your ship, and not just pressing a button. Like, when you come here, for example, right? This whole process annoys me. Not because of what you actually do. It's the fact that you don't give a shit, right? You just literally do this, and there's no information on your repairs, right? Repairing is just so crap. And it's the same with here, with quantum and hydrogen, where manual, you can actually see what you're doing. I hate these automated services. It should be why when you're clicking on restock, you're like, right, okay, I've got this amount of money. Do I really need to put all my money into a brand new set of missiles, for example? You know? And I hope that we see this change very shortly. It's been slow for us, yeah. Well, I mean, it's always the same at the end of a quarterly patch. Like, so the end of free 17.2, we go into free 18. Everyone is waiting for the free 18 because for some reason people believe that you're always going to magically get something, right? You know what I mean? Like, free 18 will bring some content, but it's the same thing. You'll play free 18 for 2 months and then you'll be bored again. Margaret specialized in logistics. We had a Carrack C2 loaded with various vehicles on different servers, able to spin up. Yeah, I mean, that's gonna be cool with Pez and some other things, right? Is that in the future setting up setting up fleets is not just going to be, oh well, the server's gone down, we'll, you know, we'll do other things kind of thing. I think there was a small hint of them making an ED style combat zone that will sort us out. Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, to be honest, like if CIG didn't take some things from like Elite Dangerous and EVE Online and make their own spin on their own twist on it, I would actually be pretty saddened that CIG wouldn't use other games, right? Because that's the biggest factor when you're playing another video game. Hey, Wilberg, thank you very much, Thunderbits did. Appreciate that, so. You gotta look at it this way, that fuck it, like if another game has the same sort of mechanic, just do it, you know? If it's fun and it's engaging, add a war zone or something like that to the game. It would be so amazing, right? Hey, Kilroy, thank you very much for the brand new sub, dude. Can we get some vibes in chat, please? Appreciate that. Hope you're both well, guys. Is it over there I need to go to? No. Down here. I would love for them to take cues from ED. Like, the UI in Elite Dangerous is so good. It's so clear and visible to read things. How difficult is it to read stuff in Star Citizen at times? I know this is all to change and stuff like that, but these color palettes are not good. They are not good for certain things. So again, what works in Elite Dangerous or works in EVE Online, bring it into Star Citizen, put your own twist on it, but use other games' methods. Don't be afraid to copy. If people go, oh, this is just copied from EVE Online, people go, well, this is copied from Pong, right? Because a lot of us have been PvPing since Pong. So, every game has copied Pong as far as I'm concerned. Screw the UI, economy, and everything else from ED. Take the star map. That is a truth right there. I can't wait until this is updated. I can't even remember how many years now, because I've been here since 2012. I can't remember if we had this any differently. It's been so long now that this is just built into my brain on... I don't think it's ever been any different. And this, I can't wait for this to change, because this thing is just so cancer, man. It is the worst map system in a game I've played. Also, the Super Cruise. Well, we're meant to be getting... So, they're not going to give us Super Cruise like in Elite Dangerous, but we're meant to be getting Quantum Boost. Not for free 18, but possibly for free 19 onward. Okay? Now, Quantum Boost is if you've ever played a game Freelancer, or you remember Cruise Control in Star Citizen. It was basically where you can get up to like 500, 600 meters a second, and then you would have to engage another system to go faster up to like 1,000 and all that jazz, right? And that's what we're probably getting next year. So we're not going to get the Elite Dangerous Super Cruise kind of system, which again, I think is a really cool system. But do we actually need it in Star Citizen? I don't think so, right? I came from DCS and Space Combat is breaking my brain. Well, that's the other way around. I want to start eventually playing DCS World next year. Because it's one of these games that I've always wanted to play, but right now I'm just not in any state to actually be able to do multiple games like that. Get me to Microtech, Maximum Warp. You know what I would love to see? Fleet warping. If anybody's ever played EVE Online or Elite Dangerous, you know how you can do like fleet warps? I would love to be able to do this in Star Citizen. I would love to have it where you've got like a Hercules, and then you have two fighters sat beside the Hercules, and the Hercules pulls the fighters in the bubble. You know what I mean? And when you come out of warp, yeah, but you can't use the biggest ship's pulling ability, right? And it's not like where you can program it all the time, Jonas. You know what I mean? Yes, you can sometimes get it done, but I'm talking about every time where you have it where you're like a hammerhead, and then you bring in the fleet and you get on top of each other, you spill it up and you all go together, right? It's just whoever spools first, exactly. I'm talking about an actual fleet system that locks, everyone presses a different button to sync up with the fleet, and you just all go together and you come out of warp where it's like, I would love to see this. Flashes of every ship coming out of warp, cinematic as fuck, right? And then you've got the bigger ships coming out as well, so big ships, small ships, and it would just look so dope, right? So I really hope that they add some sort of system to link up in warping. Yeah, but it doesn't pull everyone in warp, Jonas, right? You can get everyone to... I'm talking about where everyone is in the same bubble. Not just sometimes it randomly puts you in together and stuff like that. It's not about having a disciplined group. I can literally fleet warp with my guys all the time. It's the fact that I'm talking about where we come out of warp exactly at the same time in the same location. Yeah, exactly, Fetch. Exactly. That would be really, really cool to see. Because again, it's not easy to get everyone to literally be in the same bubble, you know? It's so RNG for that stuff. And it doesn't need to be. Yeah. But I'm often surprised at how much they seem to be reinventing the wheel in this game. Yeah. Yeah. Kilroy. That is something that I don't think anyone who follows Star Citizen would ever, like, say... You know what I mean? Like, disagree to it. There are a lot of times where it feels like CIG could just do a simple thing, and most of the time it feels like they're always trying to do it the hardest way possible. And then when we actually get a mechanic, you're kind of like, really? This is what's taken so long beforehand? You know? Like night vision, for example. Night vision is the big, like night vision and ejection is one of the craziest things for me in this game, where I feel that they should have been standard mechanics from the very beginning. We've had the ability to, no joke, warp into an atmosphere for 5 years within Star Citizen, and we still can't eject. I think that's very, very lazy of CIG, personally. Because if they're like, we don't know how to have it, just have it where you literally fucking, your EVA suit right before you hit the ground fucking pumps a huge amount of air or whatever, and that stops you from taking fall damage. You know what I mean? Well, we don't need parachutes, if you know what I mean. You could just literally have it Iron Man style fucking falling out of the sky, and your suit in lore protects you from smashing your knees or something like that. You know what I mean? It doesn't need to be difficult. Yeah, you can just fake it, but we literally have no reason to parachute drop in or anything like that, and it's something that really is required in this game. Imagine the exploits of a superhero landing. Fucking, like, what exploits, man? You know what I mean? You can already literally have, like, 3 people strapped to a fucking mule, throw a mule out of a ship, and it bounces off the ground when it hits the ground, and everyone survives. You know what I mean? You can have a Spartan full of troopers, and they don't take any damage when they fucking fall out of the ship. Who cares about superhero landings, man? You literally can already drop people in an exploiting fashion. Have the players ignore fall damage after ejecting and then make some lore around it? Again, like, you could just make it where you got really fucking strong knees. All the cool stuff you could do. You know what I really wish, right? So CIG are going to add in control surfaces and aerodynamics. For me, at this stage, I think CIG should forget about parachutes and make it where the EVA suit just basically, you have the ability to open your arms and a little glider, futuristic glider tech appears, right? And you literally then just glide yourself in. And when you're coming to land, you just lift your nose up and you just land on your feet. And that's it. And in that process, they literally make it where you're invulnerable to fall damage just so you could do it, right? Wingsuit with retro. This means that people could jump out of ships, eject out of ships, and it would be fine. Yeah, Fortnite style. And that's all it is, right? Because we don't need anything more than Fortnite style, if you think about it. It doesn't need to be anything fancier than, oh, we're dangling in some fucking, you know, fully cinematic cloth and we're gliding in doing this stuff. We don't need that. We just need the ability to land and stuff. So if they're going to do aerodynamics, this is where they should just do a wingsuit. A wingsuit where you literally can fly your character in using your joysticks, using your mouse, and at the last second you EVA, land on the ground, boom, bada bing, done. And you can actually have jumpers then. Anything is better than nothing, yeah. And I really hope that they don't waste their time with doing aerodynamics for ships and they don't do a quick wingsuit glider stuff. Because you have it in, like, Far Cry and other games like that. And I can't remember if you actually had it in Crysis where you could do some sort of wing gliding. Yeah, exactly, Puppeteer, exactly. You know? Hey, Whisper, how you doing, Chief? Escape pods don't work. Load up a mule or something. Well, yeah, escape pods don't work. That's another thing that I can't wait to actually see how CIG do that. Is why? You know what I mean? Like, if you think about it, how many times have you been in a ship, a multi-crew ship that's going down and you're going, alright, let me quickly jump into fucking bed to fucking eject out of here? How many times has somebody actually done this, right? Can we get a 1 in chat? Who has actually roleplayed getting into the bed to simulate, I'm fucking getting out of here, right? Whilst your pilot's going, guys, I think we're gonna die, right? I think we're gonna die. Which one of you motherfuckers has climbed into the fucking bed to do the log off, you know, I've ejected out of it, right? I would bet you that hardly anyone actually does this gameplay loop. And again, I just don't see anyone in the future doing it, you know? It's like, guys, right, I need more power to shields. Guys, everyone's fucking already gone, right? The ship is going down, and your whole fucking crew have ejected out on pods just because they can do it. Fuck's sake, guys! You're on Discord shouting at people because they're like, "Why have you left me here?" It's like, "Oh yeah, well, we'll kind of look like we were gonna die, so we might as well eject." It's like, fuck's sake, man. I can't wait to see the fucking disrespecting when that happens. They need to replace jump seats in ships with drop pods if they don't fix ejection. That's very true. There's a lot of ships that I always worry about. You know what I mean? Like, if they ever add in the down state of Star Citizen, it could be kind of crazy how... When are you ever going to get to these ejection pods, you know? You know one thing I do miss with the Cutty? I miss the hole in the ground door. Does anybody remember that on the original Cutty? I wish they had kept that one in, personally. Because that was so good for dropping people off at locations. Because instead of jumping out the side and sometimes banging off things, you would literally just jump through the hole and land on like SBK and get in and stuff. It was so dope. Such a shame that they never kept that one when they upgraded the Cutty. However, tractor beam dropping is so good. If you guys have not tried it, so whenever you're doing like, say you've got a cutlass for SBK, have the doors open, jump out and grab tractor beam on the edges as it's going in slowly, and you can literally pull yourself in, dangling out the side of the door on the Cutty if it comes in slowly enough. And apparently they're going to be making tractor beams that are a bit more powerful for this sort of stuff. Which will be so dope, man, where you can have like people on virtual ropes, basically, roping into a location. You can make the cockpit a pod, then use an AI controlled descent and all land. Yeah, that's very true. So many things I would love to see, Starson. Right, I have a feeling this server is just a dead one, so we'll swap. May end up just going to Daymar. Going to Daymar. My friends list is still gone. I'm actually gonna shut down the game whilst we're chilling here and see if I can get my friends list back. 'Cause that's a good hour now where it's gone. See how that goes. That was good tea. I'll get some more cough medicine. Had no sneak for like 2 weeks as well. Just don't feel like putting caffeine into the body right now. Oh, too much, I should say. Make sure you're not away on Spectrum. I'm not in Spectrum. I barely ever go to Spectrum these days. Like Reddit and Spectrum. Nah, that didn't fix my friends list. I barely go to these places. What ship is everyone looking forward to in Free A-Team? I know you don't really have many choices. You got the Vulture and the Corsair. But if you were to pick one of the two, which one are you most interested in? For me, it's the Vulture. I'm looking forward to seeing actually where salvaging can go, how much money you can make from it, all these things. Not so much caring about,
Ninetales have taken over several platforms on Crusader, and the CDF is seeking for volunteers to help resecure them. Check your contract manager for details.
Other ones. Oh, somebody in the bed as well. Yep. Modding section. Me personally not interested in the Corsair. Well, I hate these dynamic events. Like, it needs to get to the stage where we can activate Jump Town at will to actually do a dynamic event in the game. Like, everything about the Ninetales events is just so boring for me.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
Good. Water. Oh. Ooh. Spawning these ones. Alright. It's this one, is it? This is a doozy, this one. Number 1, right? Yeah. Community triggered events is something I love working on. I actually built a whole policy, engines. Nice. I can't wait till they move the events over to where player driven controls it. So like, for example, you can go and do like some sort of drug running money kind of system, and that spurs a jump town at a location. I look forward to that so much. I think it's going to be one of the gameplay loops that I'll enjoy a lot more than other things right now. I just don't like doing normal missions all the time. Oh, this is a dodgy lift. This is a dodgy one. But we are the greatest hacker of lifts in the game. We know the codes.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
They can make it random results of those missions. Yeah, very true. I'm hoping we'll start seeing the Monaco Man, thank you very much for the 9 months, dude.
Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
I don't know. Thank you, dude. Appreciate that. How you are today, Chief? Sorry. The last piece of the puzzle needing to be removed from the COVID-infected body is this nasty little tickly cough. Appreciate that, Chief. Thank you very much for the 9 months. A Twitch baby. A Twitch baby. A Twitch murdering baby. I think we'll see the dynamic sort of system come into play next year. I have a feeling. Where we can actually do more things, you know, server-sided. Instead of waiting for because again, I'm pretty sure CIG Tony Zervik doesn't want to keep having people spooling up like a schedule and stuff. They just want to be like, hey guys, right now you can activate Jump Town at any time you want by just doing a dynamic event or some sort of event. You know what I mean? That'll be so cool. That soon, you think? Again, with Pez going this year, Axel. Look at it this way. So Pez goes in. Pez is a system that allows you to literally have things in the game without causing more issues than we have right now. So, for example, weapons and assets and stuff like that being left around and jazz. After that, it's sort of server meshing is the next thing to come into play. Server meshing, obviously, which allows you to take a lot of the load off the game, because as we've got like 100 people on one dedicated server. Server meshing can be where there's like 50 people at Jumptown, 50 people at Yella, 50 people at Daymar, you know what I mean? If that's the way they decide to go with it, they can have it where you can mesh as you warp into other servers, lighting off the load. Now, if that's the case, and everything starts to be a lot less, you know, resources on a server per se, then yeah, I mean, I don't see why they couldn't make it where when you're meshed, or however, again, it gets done, you can go and do certain missions to trigger a Jumptown an event on that mesh, because again, it's not required to be on everyone's server, everyone's region as well, you know what I mean? Like right now, when they turn Jumptown on, it's on every single region, every single server, it gets turned on. And that's not what they want with the dynamic events. They want them where they're eventually triggered by the Quanta system that Tony Zervak has done. So I would imagine that CIG wants to get that system in as soon as possible. So I look at it possibly end of next year would be a decent amount of time to test out Pez and some other things beforehand. Again, it could be a lot longer, but I just don't see how it would be too difficult, really, if everything else was in beforehand. Did anybody else play or just die? Nope. No. I am still alive. Somehow. Because again, you have to think of it that it's not required to be on every single server. Only the server that people are maybe doing the drugs and stuff like that, you know what I mean? There could be, ooh, Terrapin as well. What is going on down here, chat? You got a Hercules and a Terrapin. Hey, Dingo, how you doing, Chief? At least we got Comrade. At least we got Comrade for the time being. I think the game would be a lot better if the dynamic events were controlled by players and not on a schedule. Which means, like, right now I could be like, alright, I'm super bored, let me go and do everything that's required to spur Jumptown off, right? Whilst Orison is on the go, Jumptown is on, and people are like, oh shit! Orison is on, and Jumptown is on at the same time, where do I go? And I could be like, well, because I've started Jumptown and I'm the only one that knows about it for a time being, I could maybe get 30 minutes of collecting boxes by myself or my group. This is where that kind of gameplay makes it so much more funner than, hey guys, by the way, for the next weekend and the weekend following, we're gonna have Jumptown on at the old time. You know when it's on, but it'd be so dope to have it where it just pops up and you weren't expecting it. You're like, shit, guys, there's Jumptown on this server, let's get together, let's go and do it. You know, we might have a window, a small window to actually get some loot out of it, you know? Before the alerts being the crowd's in. Yeah, exactly. I would love this gameplay loop. Because there's nothing, like, stealthy about Jumptown these days. Yeah, I know, Axel. I've definitely noticed that from 3.17.2, right? Where this game is dead right now until like an event system like Jumptown kicks off and people actually get involved. And it's not because of the money, it's just something to do in Star Citizen, and this is where CIG have to get out of this scheduled gameplay loop, because it's never going to work for a video game, right? You're only going to have people logging in to play Star Citizen when there's actually a scheduled event, and that sucks for a video game for me. I want there a reason for people to want to play every single day. Like, you know, more derelict sites, caves, all these sort of things. Even though it's PvE, I'm not much of a PvE player, but if I had stuff to do every day that then maybe caused the dynamic event to kick off, I would be spending hours working on it. Even if somebody was coming to interrupt that kind of stuff, if I knew I could kick off Jump Town, I would be doing it right now to try and activate it. Because I know that I might get a wee fight, or I might be able to make some serious money, for example. And this was the great thing about Jump Town originally, because Jump Town was always on. You had to bring wealth to get something out of Jump Town. Jump Town is so automated right now, where you pick up a box and you're not losing anything. Old Jump Town is you had to put money in a fucking machine to get money out, right? You had to spend money to buy the drugs, and then you had to... They would automatically spawn on your ship. So again, they can have it where it would go back to the old style, because the conga lines and this sort of like, right, I've got a box, you've got a box. This stuff is really, really bad for Jump Town in general, because there's no risk versus reward. And CIG could literally make it where you've got to bring medical supplies to Jump Town to start churning out drugs, right? And then if you've got the team to upload it and get it off site, it would be so much better than this automated one that they've created. Conan Exiles could be set up often enough so that the purges, PV Swarm only triggers... Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the thing with most of proper like sandbox games, Dingo, is that you can get the dynamic events to trigger on certain amount of people doing certain things and stuff like that. And Star Citizen for some reason just isn't in that state yet, which it really, really needs to be. Having a schedule for a dynamic event is very, very boring, because people will not play the game until that event is running. So when people come into the channel like, oh, DarkLaw, you gonna go and do Orison? No, because I'm a criminal. I can't go there. And if I go there, all I'm doing is killing players that just want to shoot NPCs in the face. What real challenge is that for me to do? You know, that's just disrupting somebody's gameplay just for fucking cheap thrills. I'm not getting anything out of it, you know? If I was able to get something out of Orison as a red player, I would be doing it. You know, if I could get some money from it and whatnot. And this is why I don't do the Space Ninetales event, because again, the red player doesn't get anything out of it. You always fail that mission. You never complete it. So why would I bother going to this, you know? I could get rid of my crime stat. I could just go and kill people for the sake of killing them, but I'm very much at the stage now where I really don't get involved in PvP unless I'm getting something out of it, you know? Criminal, I said, good day, sir. Good day. And that's for me. Like, I always do, like, where I'll have a bounty on my head to maybe have, like, a bounty hunter chase after me. But I've massively, within the last year, stopped doing this. Oh, I'll go and camp somebody at a truck stop, or I'll fucking shoot people at Port Olisar or something like that. I just don't find it amusing anymore. If I'm not actually gaining something from it, I won't do it. The schedule services testing, but it does not... Yeah, that's very true, Doc, yeah. I don't know why it's called dynamic, nothing... Yeah, there's... I literally said that a few weeks ago, Pox, to somebody. And I was like, there is nothing dynamic about our dynamic events. They are just events. You know what I mean? And the problem is, CIG keep putting them on to blinker players, right? They're like, oh, look, there's something going on at this weekend. And it's like, guys, you are overusing these events. And they're shit. They're boring. After you've done Siege of Orison 5 times, it's the same thing over and over again. The NPC's gonna come out the same fucking door. It's so unathletic. That's why Jump Town is the only decent event that CIG have created in the past, like, 3 or 4 years. Because it actually has the potential to be dynamic. Xenofret is an event on rails. Ninetales Blockade is an event on rails. Orison is on rails. It's not dynamic. It's boring. Really, really boring. You You can't change anything about it, which sucks. And now, hopefully in the future, we will be able to change things about it. But right now, it's just a event on Rails. I think they were fun. Yeah, exactly, because it's an event, Jonas, right? You go and you play like a DLC of a video game and you do it 1 or 2 times and it's like, yeah, this is actually quite fun. But after the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th time, you're like, I'm going to stop going to this event because I don't give a shit about 250k UEC that I'm about to lose in 3 weeks, 4 weeks. Mid-November, we're getting full wiped. Full wiped. All your money, all your ships is gone, and your reputation is gone. And you're not getting any fucking bonus money from doing dynamic events, says CIG. So why the fuck would I go and grind money for no reason in this game right now? Because I'm about to lose it all within like 4 weeks' time. Just leave Jumptown on so that there's some fighting, people losing things, you know? Just leave it at one location. Just leave Jumptown at Yella. Then people don't need to go far. Well, yeah, that's the whole idea of it down the line, Doc, is that eventually it will be dynamic because you'll have to do things in the game to trigger Orison. And you'll be able to do things to trigger Jumptown and stuff like that, you know? But until then, it's just a event, you know? There's nothing dynamic about them. Jumptown is the only dynamic one because, again, you can have it where people are doing conga lines and then somebody turns a comray off for a joke and everyone turns into a blood frenzy killing machine inside these areas. They're like, comms just went down. I was your buddy for half an hour and now I'm your executioner. And you're killing people. You see it all the time. The moment the comrade goes down, people just go, fucking dead, you know? We've been friendly for 30 minutes. Now the gloves are off, you know? I love it. I love when Jumptown goes crazy. And you see it happen. You see all these people like, I turn up as a red, and everyone who's blue is shooting at me. Just me. The comrade goes down, and they all turn on each other. Where they completely forget about me. And just start killing each other for the prize. That's what I love about Jumptown. And that's a dynamic event, I feel. Because it can literally flip in a second. Well, that's the idea. Hey, Koff, how you doing, Chief? That's the idea of Justify, is that eventually down the line, the dynamic event will be where you're actually blockading that area for Ninetales, doing some sort of missions or something like that, and that will trigger the dynamic event at that location, you know? Right now, it can't be done by a player, which takes the whole mentality of a dynamic event out the window. Testing the events aren't, completely borked. But it's just, I don't know, I kind of feel that CIG just keep using these events to blinker people. You know what I mean? If you have them every second weekend and stuff like that, it just doesn't become special at all. We got 2 markers. That looks like it could be at Crusader. Yeah, gotta keep the semi-casuals locked down, yeah. Does Ninetales lockdown work at least? No, it doesn't work. No. If you're red, you don't get the mission at times and you don't get any money from it. Xenofret, Orison, and Ninetales Blockade are all blue-sided. CIG have made it where the reds are fucked in these things. That's why I only do Jumptown. Because if I go as a criminal to these locations, I can't side with Ninetales. Have you noticed that? Like, if I'm a criminal, I should be able to sign up with Ninetales and land at a location as a red and go and help protect their nonsense, but you can't do that. And when you do it for the blockade ones, they still shoot at you. Or you don't make any money, or it automatically fails. You can't protect the Idris, because it just automatically despawns and stuff. So until these are actually fixed around being able to actually side with the NPCs, it's just a waste of time, I feel. Yeah, that's very true. Yeah. But because there's no dynamic apart to it, it gets stale, right? CIG don't make it where, for example, Reds could side with Ninetales. If you could do that, that would make it a little bit more challenging for players, you know? But then people would be like, oh, I'm so sick and tired of PvP thing. It's a sandbox game. It should always be PvX. It should never be PvP or PvE. It should always be PvX. Always in the environment. So you'll get people turning up to kill you, and you have to deal with that, you know? Every time they make a PvE event, it gets really boring after like the 5th time, and people stop going to it. Because there's no distraction, there's no challenge, you know? Yeah, blue versus red. Man, I would love to be able to go into Orosin and protect the NPCs, and maybe if they made it where I failed to protect like a certain amount of NPCs, I lost the mission, I lost the ability to be there. Disowned by the Ninetales. That would be dope as fuck, man. Go in and start sniping NPCs that are blue, you know? You have blue NPCs and player blue, you know, characters, red NPCs, red players. It would be so sick. And get rid of these goddamn markers above everyone's head, because that's just bad. I would love NPCs to turn up, mixing it. You know, the most annoying part glitch is when the UE Navy turns up. The Comray is down, but the Navy turns up to shoot me because I'm Crime 5 or something like that, right? It's so sad that, say, like a pirate NPC group can't turn up and start shooting at people as well. I would love to see NPC factions turning up. Ninetales, like Vaughn setting out a hit or something like that, and you have it just turn into a war zone, right? Blue NPCs, red NPCs, neutral NPCs, and players all at the same time. It would be so good, man. PvX is hard to balance? Not really, actually. Not really. If all the like, you've got to remember that all the ships in this game can be flown by an NPC, right? So PvX is actually very easy to do in Star Citizen, because all you do is balance for PvP, and you just make NPCs able to use PvP stuff, right? Because it's not like you're going and doing dungeons and stuff that require you to not have OP weapons and stuff like that. It's all... anything that you do in PvP, an NPC technically can be the same as you, right? And you just skill the AI to how it actually flies and stuff. Star Citizen, funnily enough, is one of the easiest games to balance because of this. Just balance PvP and you balance PvE naturally. Because again, NPCs are using the same ships that players are using. All you do is maybe just add a little bit more extra HP to the NPC. That's it. Just so they don't die as fast. Let you guys know, when Eve devs wanted to make NPC hard, they make it hard. Oh yeah, well that's the same thing in Star Citizen. Star Citizen, they have the NPCs massively toned down. They can put NPCs to crazy mode in Star Citizen and you would be like, shit, this is nuts, man. But I don't think the servers are ready for that level of kind of style. Well, you don't like the NPC rubber band mode that they have now? It needs to go, Killjoy. How you doing, Chief? There's nothing worse than having NPCs going full backwards. They're designed to ram. Like, F8 Lightnings literally have this mentality that they have to ram you for some reason. Yeah, NPCs need a huge work on them. Like, we got rid of sort of desyncing PvP, but NPCs is the worst right now. And I don't know how they're going to sort that one out. PvX requires the following balance: location, saturation of what type character we're feeling to location, dynamic. Yeah, but again, it's not like another game where, you know what I mean, .Call It would be so much harder if you had PvE weapons in Star Citizen and PvP weapons. But we all have weapons. And we all have ships. So that actually does make PvX a lot easier to balance, because all you have to do is make balance within PvP. You don't have to make balance within PvE. Because if you have a PvP loadout that kills a hammerhead, it kills a hammerhead in PvE as well, right? And if you want to make it more challenging, you just make the AI more crazier. And people want the NPCs as crew now. I think people have the mentality or the idea that they want the crew to be like what we are, right? I generally think that's what most people want with NPCs, right? You want to be able to get into your own ship and not have somebody on VoIP talking back to you, and you basically have like some sort of menu to play a mini game of moving NPCs around the ship to do a role. That means that people can go off into the game, play the game by themselves, have that single player kind of vibe to it, but you've got your ship working as a crew, right? And CIG have always said that the crew's never going to be as good as like a fully NPC, a player crew, right? So I think you'll eventually get that. And that doesn't change much. Like, for example, if somebody turns up with a fully crewed hammerhead, again, it's still just a fucking fully crewed hammerhead. With NPCs or players. It still ain't killing an arrow that just decides to fly away in a direction. So none of that changes. Yeah, you'll have NPCs doing basic stuff, but CIG have always said you're not going to build, like, if you have a full, say you have a hammerhead with full player crew and they know what they're doing, good comm discipline, somebody by themselves in an NPC is never going to be able to compete against it. You'll be able to do certain things, but you're never going to be able to compete against a player-driven ship. That's what they've said. They're not going to make AI better than players. In certain scenarios. And I think that's the right way to do it. If you don't want to play with players, again, you can't go and do everything in this game. I'm sorry. That's just how MMOs... You know what I mean? Like, if you are a solo player and you want to go and do raid content in a game, you either pug it and you go through that pain, or you get involved in a raid guild or something to be, you know, in that team. But you ain't getting the gear either way about it, unless you have like loads of money and you can do trading that way. You know what I mean? Like in some MMOs you can actually just buy raid gear off players. Maybe you can do that in Star Citizen, but you're not going to be able to go and do all the endgame content. They're just never going to do that. They're going to make it where people who actually have full groups will be able to do it. Yeah, that's the idea. It's the same as that eventually down the line you'll see certain ships not being able to fit blades. You know what I mean? Because here's the funny factor, right? Everyone's like, oh yeah, I can't wait till my Scorpius has the blade in the Scorpius and stuff. And then I'm like this, right? If you, in the Scorpius right now, can't land a shot on me, why do you think the turret is going to fucking make it any difference? If you can't shoot me with the pilot guns, it also means that the turret ain't shooting me as well. Because you don't get it where it automatically fucking tracks me and starts firing by itself. So you will have to do certain things. The NPC will have to do certain things, you know? You might be able to do the mechanics, but it does not mean it's going to be as good as like having a player in the back seat, communicating, learning how to merge and stuff like that. Because that's the biggest factor with gunners these days. Most gunners don't realize how to actually do turret work. They literally see the pip and they start fucking spraying. They don't think about it at all. If you are in a hurricane as a pilot and your gunner knows to not fire until you've merged into the target, that hurricane goes from literally like a low 2 free skill level to fuck me 10. If you have that capability. And it's very rare to ever see the gunner hold until the pilot's in the thing. They're just fucking spewing out rounds. Oh, I'm a gunner. I'm meant to shoot at things like ooga booga, you know? It's so sad when you see it. But if you actually see a gunner that knows how to wait, it's disgustingly deadly. You don't run away from it. You don't escape a hurricane that has that power. And you're not going to get that with an NPC or a blade. You just won't. So I'm all fine for people actually being able to use their ships, use their things. Maybe they don't want to interact with players. That's fine. That's up to you, right? But it's not going to make it where you're on equal level. Like, that definitely will not happen. Yeah, if you have somebody that always, like for example, Greg in the organization, he's a really good gunner. He's not playing just now because obviously Star Citizen's in a state where you just don't want to play, right? There's nothing worth playing for. But he's the type of guy that literally picks up all this stuff where he sits as a gunner, he understands, he waits, and he just becomes... There was one time where literally a Scorpius had the jump on me and him in a hurricane. We turned round and the Scorpius disappeared. It didn't even have a fucking chance to figure out what the fuck it had done wrong. It just clicked, right? And that's the best thing when you actually have a gunner. Gunners are so important in this game. You have no idea. Because a bad gunner is just an extra person on your ship doing nothing, right? And it's the same as like when you have... Say you're doing a fleet fight. Say you're in a group fight. You're with your organization or your friends or whatever you want to call it as. If you have somebody who is sitting at like 5k in the fight, flapping around, doesn't know where the fuck is going on, they're seeing all the names going across the screen, they're just like, oh yeah, this is great, and they're doing nothing, right? And then they crash into a Redeemer or something like that, you know what I mean? That person is literally useless in your team. You might as well not have somebody in that. But if you've got people that are constantly working together, comms, everything like that, it changes the way team play goes in this game. It's why me and the guys for QQOP, like for the pilot guys, we've started to create our own terminology. And we're using modern day terminology because, funny enough, when you're in a heated battle and everyone's talking about certain things, it's actually better to use real military terms. Fox free, stuff like that, you know what I mean? Because it gets very confusing when there's multiple targets on the field. And you need to react a lot better. And it's the same thing for gunners. Gunners, you would think that a gunner position is just easy to fill in right now. It's not. A Hurricane gunner or a Scorpius gunner really needs to know what the pilot is doing and thinking. And not waiting for a vocal like, alright, now I shoot. If you can understand merging as the gunner, you are absolutely golden. Because there's a huge difference from a gunner that will fire at 1,000 meters just because they see the target to somebody that holds until the pilot is in the right area. Because if the pilot is not in the merge correctly, you are just shooting rounds for no reason. And then it's like reload, reload, reload. You can literally kill fighters within a split second if you just learn these things. The pilot and the gunner has to work in sync, or it doesn't work. How well are you going to be able to sync up with an NPC and a blade? I don't think you can, personally. That's just me. Most people be like, oh, no problem, I can fucking communicate to my Barry NPC in the back of my ship, no problem. We're gonna be a synced team, no problem at all. It's like, well, that's cool if you can do that, but I just don't believe anyone with an NPC or a blade is ever going to be able to compete against two players that work well together. You're never going to be able to do it. There's going to be some sort of lag. Announced on my gunner flight that I'm in weapons envelope, and they know not to fire until then, yeah. Again, it's amazing when you see a gunner that holds into the right time. Because if you have a gunner that holds like that, you can kill people so much faster by just having a little bit of pilot gunner discipline. And we come across it all the time where you're seeing just like a Redeemer or a Hammerhead and they're just spewing rounds for no reason. Sorry guys. Literally that day, me and Fresh are killing those guys around their Hammerhead. The discipline on the Hammerhead was so bad. They were just shooting for no reason. They weren't focus firing, they weren't calling it out. And that's why we could kill around a Hammerhead. Because it was just so undisciplined. But if you have somebody or a ship, a disciplined Hammerhead, you don't escape as a fighter. You go in, you die. You don't get out alive. You're so dead. All it takes is 2 or 3 turrets on the Hammerhead to be coordinated on their targeting calling, and that's it. You're fucked. You do not escape that damage the moment you go inside the kill zone. Well, again, it's like, how many games, Jonas, would you play where you're playing dungeons with pugs and stuff like that, right? Pug play in any video game, PUBG, Warzone, Dota, League of Legends, if you don't have a pre-made team, you feel like somebody's pushing bamboo shoots in your temples. It's so hard to deal with something like that. Stay calm, you know? So yeah, for me, this is why, like, when people jump into channel and are like, oh, can I come play with you, TheDarkLaw? No. No. It's no offense to people, it's just I cannot play with pugs. A lot of other content creators can do it. I can't do it. I can't play pug games. I would rather not play a video game than have to be forced to play with pugs.
Hydrogen fuel is at 75%.
My fave is gunners that take away escape routes. My fave is gunners that take away escape routes? What do you mean with that? In every one of those games I ask a question to find skill level. I don't pug this game because no one has calm discipline. Yeah, exactly. Hammerhead needs so much discipline and communication to work effectively. Yeah, exactly. But it's like everything. Any ship that has multi-crew, the moment that you have, like even in a Cutlass, and you have a gunner, you need to be coordinated with each other. Just because you've got a gunner does not make your ship any more dangerous with or without. If the gunner and the pilot are not synced, it's just 2 separate entities shooting at you. And all you have to do is dodge one, dodge the other. Ah, right, yeah. I see what you mean, Doc, yeah. Like, I'm hoping we'll see, eventually down the line, more multi-crew for fighters that is not a turret. Because that's one thing that annoys me the most. I would love a Rio seat in fighters. I would love it where there's somebody that's working the radar, working the countermeasures, maybe long distance missile firing. You know what I mean? Like, you have a set of missiles that only the Rio seat can fire. The pilot can't equip them for long range. And you have the secondary seat not firing, but telling you who's behind you, how many people are around, maybe pinning the targets for the pilot to find. Man, it would be so sick. It really annoys me that CIG have not added in Rio stuff. What is this? No, that's not the one I wanted to press. That is the one I wanted. No, not landing gear, for fuck's sake. Oh, jeez. Juice! It's NPCs! hurricanes as well. Alright, all something to shoot at. Let's fucking down this hurricane though, because we do not want to deal with that. Let's also rack up 3, because it's going to do this. We're going to do 2. Notch off that. That one's a faker. Let's go round on this bad boy. Fox 3 on that one. Just pre-flare a wee bit. We're going to come in. Get the hammer to turn out, use our energy to bank. Second hurricane lined up there. Let's get our energy back up. We're going to put 4 in that as well. Bring it around. We're going to dump off some flares here. We're also going to black out a little bit because we are moving at crazy speeds. Let's lower her down. There we go, Fox 3 on that one. And let's finish up with the shots. Oh, it's a naughty little hurricane. Oh my god, look at that desync key. We're gonna go high here because the ship is gonna fly through. There it is. It's actually another hurricane. Yeah, we're in a bad position just now because we got the Harbinger above us slightly. Do here. Break off now, get some more speed. Our shield's back up. Missiles out. We're in a nice little tight curve. They're still talking to us. What have we got here? We got the Vanguard. Let's butter up with our last 4. Actually, let's switch to 2. Fox 3 on that one. Got hit there. It's getting behind. Now this probably has ballistics. Oh, and it just fucking... Where the fuck did it go? Oh, it just teleported to Narnia. Oh, no, they're all gone. Alright, remaining bigs are bugging out, chat. They are bugging out. Celebration. Fucking hell. NPCs are running, chat. I like that, actually. How the NPCs decide to fuck off. Oh, reason I like the Super Hornet is so much that because of the weasel. Yeah, but again, it just doesn't give like what I'm talking about with real gameplay, right, Fetch? Like, this game would be so sick if we had the ability to reel up, have somebody talking on comms, telling you that the shit behind you, good visibility, you know. It would be so sick. We do need some like Tomcat gameplay, yeah. I would love it, man. I would generally, and I say this to CIG, if they ever made it where if they made it where there was like a Tomcat, I would spend a good $200-300 on a ship like that. I'd also have loved for the Connie to have usable support seats. I know, man, I know. Like, that's one of the worst things, is like when you have somebody in the front chairs of the Connie, like, they don't realize that they've taken away your ability to power management and stuff like that, so it gets a bit meh. I just realized I've had no food today whatsoever. I've had no food. Super Tomcat 69, get on it. It would be dope, man. It would be really, really dope. But see that, with the NPCs attacking, like, I really wish they would... I really wish they would just attack more often, you know what I mean? Like, I actually enjoy that. You know, the NPCs are not too challenging, but they're firing missiles, you have to do some sort of coordinated attack. And it'd be kind of cool if I could get, like, you know, a couple of thousand UEC out of it. They need to have in this game, like Elite Dangerous, where you can go and just shoot at NPCs to make some money, right? So that's something to do. Because I could be doing that right now and then return to an outpost to rearm, and my flow of gameplay would be continuous until a player actually turns up. This game is so stale around the fact that you have to do this to actually get something to do in this game. I hate this system so much. Because I can only ever do, like, high-end missions. It doesn't take into consideration the ship that I'm flying. It's like, go and kill a hammerhead in an arrow, you know? Salvage kind of brings that. You'll have to get out and strip it. Yeah, hopefully, yeah. But again, like, how often is somebody going to turn up for me to be able to do that, you know? Yeah. I thought farming combat zones was one of the best gameplay loops in Elite Dangerous. Because again, instead of me just sitting here and chatting to you guys, I could all be like fighting NPCs and a random player might come in or something like that, you know? They really, really need some conflict zones, especially like they could put them on Daymar or something like that, where you just go to it, it's away from anyone else, and you're there just shooting NPCs that spawn every 10-15 minutes or something. Doesn't need to be a huge amount of money either. Yeah, exactly, Doc. Exactly, yeah. Or it could just be Vandal, right? You could have some Vandal ships, since everyone will hate Vandal. So I'm out here and a randomly, a wee Vandal fleet might engage on me or something like that. Combat in Elite Dangerous was the only thing I really did. Got bored with game. Yeah, exactly. For me, combat was so good. Like fighting in an ice mine, an ice field, was some of the best PvP I've ever done in Elite Dangerous. It just felt so fucking dope with everything spinning around and fractaling and all that shit. Pyro might introduce it, yeah, maybe. Again, a lot of things in Elite Dangerous they do right, and then a lot of things they literally made Odyssey feel like Mass Effect had sex with Mickey Mouse. And it just looks so bad. Really, really bad. I can't wait till Starson gets to the stage like Elite Dangerous, you know? Where you actually have continuous gameplay loop instead of just, well, what we're doing just now, you know? I'm literally pottering about with nothing to do in the game right now. Oh yeah, completely agree, Doc. If Elite Dangerous hadn't fucked the game up with RNG rolling on weapons and stuff like that, I think I would have been playing Elite Dangerous right now. No joke. Because I was having a shit ton of fun playing Elite Dangerous with Battlestar, and it was the fucking RNG guns and shields that killed the want to play the game for me. Bloom RNG damage, yeah, exactly. That was their worst choice. Engineers was one of their worst choices with Elite Dangerous. That gameplay loop was just cancer. Now, I don't have a problem going to a location to farm materials and then go to a location and be like, I want this. And I get that. I will do that gameplay loop. But when you've got to go and farm a material and you go there and you're like, oh, it's a puggy machine. Oh, wicked. Oh, I didn't get what I wanted this time. Let me go and spend another 2 or 3 days. And then you got somebody, oh yeah, I just got the best rolls in the game. It's like, alright, well, uninstall this then. Because fuck this shit. Like, that is the worst thing to do in a game. Is add RNG rolls. When you're having to grind for it, like. Since you have little to do, what about this? Teach us how to low fly. Low fly, there is no secret, there is no way of teaching it, Fetch. You just literally have to keep doing it yourself. That is it. I have always explained to people, the secret sauce of my flight is this. So you have the ability to create flight lag by going certain speeds, right? Decouple, and then what to do is lower the SEM speed indicator, you see it here, all the way down to the bottom, right? Is this actually looping? Or maybe I hit the reset button by accident. So there we go, we've got that locked down. So I can only go 6 meters a second right now. So let's maybe put it up a little bit more to where I'll do like 50 meters, maybe 100, right? So right now I'm going 32, we're doing 40, we're going a bit faster now. 70 meters a second, right? I can't go any faster than 70 meters a second. You want to learn to low fly, you go to decouple, you lock your speeds down, and you basically traverse the game at this height and gain control and learn what everything does. So your pitch, your yaw, your strafe sideways, your rolls, everything, and this is how you gain the function of control for flight in Star Citizen. You can't go any faster than 70 meters a second, you're decouple, you're above the height where you're not going to smash into everything, and you do this for hours and hours on end, and you just get faster and lower, faster and lower, faster and lower, until you've created the memory of control. Because there are many ways of doing low flying where people will do the nose down, which this will be going in very shortly because of auto hovering system again. So you're going to have to learn to fly horizontal. And again, it's just literally do this until you are comfortable. Don't go down. I see people when they begin low flying and they're down at this fucking level and they smash off the ground and they crash and you're wasting time. Every time you crash, you're wasting time in this. You're better off learning a memory, and the memory is easier to achieve if you just don't go fast and don't go stupidly fucking low to begin with. And this is how I built it up. And then eventually down the line you go faster, you push yourself to like take away the SEM and you're like, there we go, you know, now we're cruising at 300 meters a second, and I know that if I turn in a certain way my ship is going to behave differently, and you go further down the line doing these things, right? Learn how to use the afterburner, moving the afterburner, moving your main engines around, yawing at certain times, watching your vectors, all these things. And that's all you have to do. That's all it is for low flying. Learn control before you learn anything else. Again, my biggest hint for people is stop dying. Stop crashing into the ground. Stop going stupidly low, stupidly fast. Learn to control your ship, and controlling your ship is as easy as just going at this speed. 85, whatever. Using a bit of up thrust to go around corners. The basics of low flying is just control. Speed and height is nothing to be impressed with in low flying. It is how well somebody's controlling that speed and height that impresses me. That's why, like, again, when you've got different low flyers that would do sand surfing, that shit just doesn't impress me because that's just a muscle memory. When people don't have limiters on, I'm more impressed with that shit because they're actually having to feel it themselves. When you lock your speed down to 220, again, you're just putting on a safety net because you can't force the control yourself. Learn control, and there you go. It's why I never ever do lock speed unless I'm doing stuff with group play. But even then, the other day there with Puppeteer, we've got no locks on. I'm just literally syncing up to his speed. I have to reset destination and flicker quantum to see the marker. See the marker? What do you mean? Be sure to repeat this process anytime you change input hardware. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's why, like, for me right now, I'm not really doing much low flying because I'm still suffering from COVID, where I don't feel 100%, and we're still using the new joysticks trying to dial them in. So I have more fun just sort of like cruising around, getting a feel of the extra weight in the primes over the normal alphas. And once I actually have the ability to concentrate more, we'll go faster and faster. I am a best mouse keyboard. There, I said it. Well, no, I'm sorry, but Metal Wolf kicks the fuck out of you in low flying, and he's mouse and keyboard. Because he flies a lot lower, a lot more sleeker than you do, Puppeteer. Sorry. Once I get those Corona joysticks, oh baby. Well, hopefully I'll be able to send them out within the next week. I'm still, like, for me, I could send them out right now to you, Puppeteer, but I'm not sending something that's been in a COVID house. So I'll be waiting until I'm completely COVID free, and it'll be a week after I'm COVID free before I, like, use alcohol to clean everything and then ship out. I'm not sending any packages out whilst there's COVID in the air. Just not happening. It should be end of month, yeah. Yeah, because we're on the 18th now, so I should be COVID free on Tuesday. So yeah, 27th. Send them out, next day delivery for you. Yeah. Yeah, Jonas, you can't do that with electrical goods, dude, alright? You use alcohol fucking stuff. You do not use soapy water on electronical fucking goods. Alright? Are you excited? I'm looking forward to the stuff Outcast, yeah. I think for me, the most excited part about it is the fact that when I do killing in Star Citizen, it will mean something now. You know how like you always get somebody where it's like, oh, DarkLaw is just a griefer, he just shoots people. I will actually be able to have somebody salvage my victims now, which means that I have a purpose, you know? I'm not just chilling around and stuff like that, so yeah. I'm definitely looking forward to that factor of free 18, salvaging. But also I'm really excited that Daymar is getting an upgrade. So Daymar is getting the new sand caves, which look pretty fucking dope actually. And I'm not really a cave kind of person, but they do look cool, like the light fractals coming in. We're also getting the 600i and the MSR derelict sites on Daymar, and we're getting the new outposts and stuff like that. So I kind of feel like the area that I spend most time in is getting a serious upgrade in free 18, and I'm looking forward to it. And also they're doing reworking on prisons and stuff like that, so I'm kind of hoping they bump up the prices of bounty hunting. Because I would love it where there's more bounty hunters coming after me and then my salvaging team can clean them up, you know what I mean? I'm really looking forward to free 18 because of that. However, I am also very skeptical that PES is coming out. It's going to cause problems. There are going to be people freaking out because we get fully wiped and all that jazz. You know what I mean? I'm hesitant to get the hype meter fucking going, but we are at the stage where I'm like, yeah, I'm looking forward to this a lot. Yeah, Daymar is getting a nice, real fucking upgrade. Also, the Gen 12 Cloud Tech apparently is meant to be looking on the same level as Microsoft Flight Simulator, which is really, really fucking cool. If you guys have played Microsoft Flight Simulator or seen it, the clouds in that is really, really good. So, the Gen 12 Cloud upgrade for free 18 is looking on those lines. So no more like pixelated clouds. It might actually feel like fluffy area, you know? Which again, I think is really, really cool. It's like people don't know what the alpha or player testing mean. Exactly. Exactly. People freak out about it all the time, you know? It happens. Yeah, the Gen 12 clouds are going to be... I'm hoping some of this goes. Like, I really hope that they've done stuff to Daymar, because this sort of cloud effect up here is really, like, meh. You know what I mean? It takes away a huge amount. Especially if we go above it now, right? See how beautiful the skies look? And then you go down, and you just get this... dusty, weird texture that rolls over the top of the HUD for some reason. And I just don't think they need that, personally. It would be nicer if it was a bit more softer and stuff. I remember there was a time where a lot of people used to hang it. Again, PvP has gone down in this game since, like, after Free 4, Free 5, Free 6. And the reason for that is CIG unfortunately just made it where doing PvE was more profitable than doing PvP. And we're now at the stage where a lot of people just also Alt F4 because, I don't know, they're just fucking spineless or something like that. So, PvP is just all-time low dead right now. But this means that I can actually roam and kill now, not so much where I stay on Daymar or waiting for a bounty hunter to come. I can literally now go and kill people, and if they're like, oh, why are you killing me? It's like, because you're meat. I want to salvage your ship. I'm personally not going to be salvaging the ship. My cleanup crew will do that part. But I'm going to kill you just because you're now a delicacy across the savannah, you know? And I think that's awesome. Everyone's freaking out about it on Spectrum. They're like, oh my god, I'm going to be PvP'd more now because people want to salvage me. It's like, yeah. Welcome to a sandbox PvP MMO. You have now just become meat. Meat's back on the Barbie boys. Or in the menu. I can't wait, man. It's going to be cool. You're actually going to have to interact with players. Like, you know, and be like, oh shit, what are you doing? I'm going to go and do this mission. Mind if I tag along? Why? Well, again, it would be better if, like, two of us were doing the mission just in case, like, somebody comes out and kills you and then salvages you. It's like, oh yeah, fair enough. I'll lose a little bit of money, lose a little bit of reputation, but I've got a buddy with me to fight alongside, you know? This is the mentality that most players will going to need to get involved with. By yourself, you are literally a free snack to the scavengers of the game. Full PvP, birth, life, and death before the game even gets into beta. No. We'll see how it goes. CIG are just, I'd say this in the nicest way, they're just not clued up when it comes to PvP in this game. Yeah, anything that interacts with players, I feel is a good thing to add to this game. Too much, like, there's so much space for you to go and never get involved. Like, again, I know people who literally go mining on ArcCorp, Lyria, Walla, and they never get involved in PvP, because nobody goes out there, right? It'll be dangerous to go alone in the verse, yeah. It's the same as when we get Pyro. A lot of people are like, oh, I can't wait to go and do screenshots in Pyro. It's like, yeah, but you know that you're going to be shot at by every single player. No, I'm going to be blue. No, you're not going to be blue. There are no blues or reds in Pyro. The only time somebody goes from white to red is because they've shot you. But there is no comrades there. There is no blue and red. It is literally dog-eat-dog world. And everyone seems to think that they're going to be safe. Just because this player is a blue player in Stanton does not mean you're a blue player in Pyro. It's a completely different ballgame. And I'm looking forward to that. Because again, it'll show the caliber of the player. Do they want to go into riskier territories with less rules to be engaged by more players, more NPCs? Or do you want to stay in Stanton and be safer, you know? I've been actively looking for players shooting at me while soloing my character. Haven't found any in the past weeks. Yeah, nobody's playing, dude. It's sad. Well, again, Stanton may be the most secure, but it actually, funnily enough, is not. When we get Terra, Terra would be the smartest place for players that don't want to be shot at by other players to base out of, because the higher the Federation or the higher the security standing or a place like that, that's where you want to go if you're a non-combatant kind of person, because there'll be more NPCs patrolling around. And as you said, the more places you go to, like Pyro and Nyx is going to be, if you're going into Nyx, even as a skilled pilot, you want to make sure you're Vaseline from head to toe, because there's going to be a lot of burning, right? And that's what you look at. You don't go into these places unless you are prepared to lather up and prepared to receive, you know? Or you just go to like Terra, Sol, Stanton, places with higher security standing. You've got all the stuff that you can do in the game, you just don't go into the pits of hell, basically. But everyone seems to think that they're going to go into Pyro and it's just going to be like Stanton. No, you're going to get fucked. You are going to get fucked, and you have to realize that you're going to get fucked if you go into these places. Not just by players, but more NPCs. There's going to be more pirates and NPCs and stuff like that in Pyro, because it's not controlled by the UEE. And I think it's great. I think it's great that eventually down the line we're going to have some dangerous places to go to, where it might make other players choose, do they actually want to go into it, you know? I can't wait till all those places open up and people start hiring escorts. Again, escorts does not, and this is not to brag, that literally I can take myself and two of my other guys in my organization, and if we've got hit out to kill one of your players, we will kill them before you ever kill us. That is a guaranteed thing. Because it's very, very difficult to protect somebody in this game right now. Very, very difficult to protect somebody. Especially if they're in like a prospector. It's easy to just make it disappear. A mole make it disappear before doing anything. But if it gives the idea of where people will start surrounding more and more themselves with players and fleets and stuff like that, and actually having a dedicated security group and yada yada yada, I think that's just amazing. Because right now, people just fly around by themselves and they don't care. You're good, but the average hitter won't get close. 5 of my guys and self are retired Marine pilots. That means fuck all in this game, dude. I hate to tell you that. It means absolutely nothing. You could be a fucking retired admiral, you're still gonna get wiped. It's supposed to be about 200 times the size of Stanton. A little nothing. Oh, Pyro, yeah. I would give a lot to make people care in this game. Hopefully Pez will change that. Pez is... No, I think Pez is, like, for example, I think a lot of people don't understand what Pez is. Pez is just a system to prevent loss, right? Where, like, things don't just disappear into the ground all the time, like guns on the ground, bodies, armors, stuff like that. That's all that Pez is, by the way. So when you're doing a bunker, the bodies of the NPCs just won't disappear as fast as they are doing just now, because they don't need to be culled for data and space and stuff like that. That's all that Pez does, by the way. It literally brings in the ability to connect to the replication layer and stuff like that. It doesn't change much more than what we already have. It just means that things won't disappear. Because it will get prioritized. So like say 1,000 plastic bottles gets cluttered and taken away, Jonas. Because again, why does there need to be 1,000 bottles, right? 1,000 empty magazines and stuff like that. You know? And then maybe there's like 10 guns on the ground. They'll prioritize the 10 guns on the ground in that area than 1,000 plastic bottles, for example. You know? Will there be missions to just pick junk up and bring it to a scrap heap? Possible. I don't know. It depends on how much CIG see people being filthy animals, you know what I mean? I still maintain that there should be bins at outposts. You know what pisses me off? It's the same thing as it would piss me off in real life. I've got a plastic bottle, I've drank it, and there's no bin for me to put it into in this game. That pisses me off. Because it's not hard, just like it is in real life, for me to quickly go over to a bin and put a plastic bottle away, you know? But you don't have that in this game. It forces you to just chuck it out, you know? And I don't like that, personally. Oh yeah, of course, Doc, yeah. Again, anyone, not to disrespect your team, but anyone that practices team gameplay and tactics always is going to be 90% above any of the average players in this game. Easy, 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 easy. You know? And I think that's a good thing. I think if you specialize in team play, coordinated attacks, and you know your shit, you should be rewarded by literally murking you go in with 10 of your guys and you murk 20 of another team. That's a given, right? Because you see it all the time. Me and Fresh, 2 of us going up against 8, 9 people and we kill every single one of them. Because they have no coordination, right? But then you go up against a team that are coordinated and you're like, fuck! I ain't doing jack shit to that team. And that's how Star Citizen should be, personally. If you spend the time, you coordinate, you get all these things, that's the reward of you can do more things for less players. Involved with, you know? It's why a lot of people hide around numbers and they don't realize that their numbers don't really do anything for them, right? Again, going back to that day, me and Fresh, Hammerhead, 8, 9 players in fighters and they were hiding under the Hammerhead because they were getting absolutely curb stomped by me and Fresh. That just shows you've got a group of people that will never be able to play this game. Because they're uncoordinated. They're hiding behind the fact that they had a hammerhead. That doesn't mean shit to people that know this game. It's like I was saying, if you have a prospector and you go, oh right, I'm gonna hire 5 random people to protect me, your prospector is as good as dead. And you're just wasting money on 5 people. Because you would be more sensible to go to like somebody like Doc Hollywood and be like, yo, your organization actually specializes in structured group fucking security work. Why would I hire 5 fucking randoms that ain't gonna protect me when I've got a higher percentage of maybe surviving if I hire a dedicated team? And that's the difference in this, where a lot of organizations do everything, right? We have a mining organization, salvaging group, we've got security, we've got special ops, you've got fucking nothing. I hate to tell you that, but you've got nothing. If you have an organization that claims that they do everything, you have nothing. You are a walkover organization. Because you will never be able to dedicate all your people to do the jobs correctly. And when somebody is security and then next day they're mining, one day they're over and salvaging, and oh, I'm bored of doing this, what do I do now? I'm gonna do special forces? Yeah, you're fucked. You are so fucked. You don't even realize it in this game. It's why my guys only specialize in killing. That's it. I don't know fuck all about mining. I would rather hire a mining organization, share the money, because they're gonna get the fucking job done right, and they don't have like people, security forces and stuff like that. It's just every organization I've gone up against that is, as you said, Space Marine, the jack of all trades, master of none. These groups, 10 guys versus me, nothing. Fucking easy mode. because you're not disciplined enough to be able to deal with that kind of shit. And that's not me bragging. That's just, again, it's just, this is the type of game where if you don't specialize people in certain areas, you're not achieving anything in this game. You're wasting your time. And it's a laughable thing that you think that 100 of your guys, 10 of them that are security forces, are ever going to protect you. They're not. Alright? You're going to need 20. Do one thing, do it well. Exactly. Because you know what's more fun in a game like Star Citizen? It's being, like, for example, you, Doc. You're in a security group. You then interact with other groups that are going to do salvaging, mining, trading, outpost building, and you're always gonna know where you fucking stand as this group. You're not gonna go, oh guys, should we do some mining today? No, fuck that shit. Let's work with another group and actually have that interaction, right? But if you're an organization that has like 1,000 people and you have no discipline whatsoever, it's just like whenever you see fucking Vanguard or that organization, they come up with their guys and they do all this fucking roleplay fucking nonsense, you get curb stomped into the ground. Because again, you're not disciplined enough for a PvP game. You think your fucking military roleplaying, pretending to be Tom Cruise is gonna save you. It's not in this video game. It won't. And that's just a factor. It's the same in EVE Online and all these things. There is nothing to do for people who would like to run cargo. Well, again, that's hopefully going to change with the cargo refactor, Jonas. Again, Free 18 brings cargo refactor. You're going to be able to go to locations and you're not going to teleport all your cargo and sell it instantly in your ship. You're going to have to wait. And by the way, hard armistice zones is being planned to be taken away. So everyone who goes to an outpost and you know how you can't be shot, guess what? Not in Free 18, but I do believe it's for the next patch, it's all been taken away. It might not go ahead with it, but just to pre-warn you guys that hard armistice zones on outposts is being taken away. Because they're going to be adding in the sentries and stuff like that they were advertising for Pyro. Which means that if you are doing cargo running, you're gonna have to make sure somebody's watching the fucking horizon, because you could get your stuff murked. And this is just the factor of the game, that eventually down the line, more PvPers and stuff will go into like Pyro and stuff, and Stanton will be a much more friendlier place. Light RP can help with coordination and communication, but beyond that, it just gets in the way. Yeah, exactly. It's the same when you ever look at like the organizations that do full hard military RP and they're not actually military people in real life, right? Or they've never served. They're just faking it with the RP kind of stuff. These people get so overwhelmed because again, they don't understand the tactics that you learn in the military to reason to say certain things like this and stuff like that. So you might be able to fucking talk the talk, but if you ain't got the military fucking mind up here, it doesn't mean what the fuck you're doing. It's better to find better players that just do the job than having to pretend you're something you're not. I will hold judgment until I can smell it myself. I think cargo refactor within the next like 6 months is going to definitely change some things out. There's no armistice zone at Port Olisar. There's no hard armistice zone at any truck stop anymore. So outposts are the next things to go. Grim Hex is also planned to be removed, where the moment that you undock from Grim Hex, you can be shot at, by the way. You're not going to be able to cling to the side of Grim Hex and be invulnerable. This is all going, by the way. There's not going to be any more hard armistice zones. Even at like places like ArcCorp, Area 18, this is all going as well. Because they're going to be adding in the sentries and all that jazz to protect. Because the missiles actually do protect when they work. It's just they're a bit janky just now. Yeah, exactly. Grimhex used to be the moment that you came out the airlock prepared for a fucking barrel to be staring at you know what I mean? It was awesome. You used to be able to like mount yourself to the roof of the fucking doors, so when the door would open, you're above and you see somebody run out, you'd be like and they'd be like, oh, my sheep, and they would die. It was so much fun, man. I hate Armitage zones. I hate them so much, man. Grimhex used to be like SBK, Grimhex, Cryastro. These places were so good for PvP because when you went there, you understood it was PvP land. Not just, oh guys, I'm trying to land at Grimhex and stuff like that. It's like, no, you are going to a location that is really, really dangerous. And you have to accept these things. The missile turrets are actually scary, yeah. If the missile turrets actually would just use a better missile type, like an EM missile, I think it would be very, very scary right now. Because they fire out size 5 torps. Size 5 or size 7 torps. I can't remember which one they actually fire. That's not scary towards a fighter, you know. They need to be firing out like a cocktail of like high precision size 2s EMs or size 3s that have long flight time and maybe a size 9 torpedo to smash bigger ships. If they did that, you would not fuck at a truck stop at all. Because you wouldn't have enough countermeasures to deal with it, right? You might kill 1 or 2 people and then you're forced off. I know, again, like, 318 brings in a lot of gameplay. A lot of gameplay. SPK should become a war zone. Daymar should become a war zone because of the derelict sites and the new outposts kind of thing that they're adding in. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. Like, you won't need to go far away from the Crusader Ring to actually have PvP now. SBK will be a lot of fighting, I would imagine. Space combat, but whatever. Daymar is going to be popping off. Salvaging at SBK is going to be a lot of fun. Then you've got people trying to hack their crime stat, you know what I mean? It's 318 is definitely going to be a good one. And then Cargo Refactor, hopefully they bring in some proper missions for cargo runners. Hey old man Johnny, how you doing, dude? And hopefully some early steps to stability. Well, again, with all the Gen 12 stuff going in for 318, it's a packed patch. Like, it's a really, really packed patch. And this is why they're going to go into PTU until November, they were saying. So we're going to get Evocati probably till the end or the start of October. October will be PTU to mid-November. So that's like 6 weeks of PTU. 4 to 6 weeks anyway, let's look at it that way. And then we'll be going into live. And I think this is a great idea because, again, 318 has a shit ton of stuff that needs to work. And if it works right, we've got a great end of year, I feel. If it works, obviously. I'm really all about the new render. I want better performance. Yeah, because again, like, look, most of the time, like, we're on DirectX 11. Top right corner, DirectX 11. We'll be moving into DirectX 12. I think it should change for 318. We should be off all the DirectX 11 into DirectX 12. I think. Anyway, don't quote me on that one. We'll need to see. But it should be really, really good. I might actually have to participate in the PTU for this patch. I'm going to be spending a lot of time in PTU. Because again, there's a lot of things that need to be tested out, you know. We're not going to see any major missile changes and stuff like that, but yeah. Or flight. But there's other things that are really, really, are going to be good, yeah. We need it anyway just now, because right now 317.2 is so dead. Like, people are not playing. I've been on this server for how long, and again, there's like nobody, right? This is why I'm only doing like 2-3 hour streams these days to keep the chain going, because there's nothing to do in this game right now. Everyone's given up. Because again, 317.2, it's like a mini wipe, and then you're getting told that you're going to get wiped in 318. Why would you play 317? Why would you put any time or effort into it? And again, there's just no jump town or anything like that to cause fights. Maybe everyone is an arena commander for Pirate Week? That only takes like literally a match, right? Also, you don't need to do arena commander for... You only need to do arena commander if you want to buy yourself a pirate Gladius. right? You can get all the skins by just buying them from the store. Also, I would never buy a Pirate Gladius. You don't get anything more than 6 months insurance on it. That's daft, I feel. You're spending more money on a more expensive Gladius and you don't get any benefits out of it. Certainly a lot of content in Free 72, but none of it works properly. Like what, dude? What content in Free 17.2 that would make you want to keep playing? Again, you got to remember that it's not the lack of content in Free 17.2, it's the lack of reason. Why would you go and farm all these items and armors and stuff in a bunker when in 3-4 weeks you're about to be wiped? It's Free 17.2 all over again. Free 17.1, when we were told we were going to get mini wiped, people stopped playing for weeks until Free 17.2 came in. And then, when we hear we're getting wiped again in Free 18, people again quit the game. People do not like wipes. They hate that shit. Ooh. Alright, it's one of these ones. There's another elevator here. Now we're in the correct one. What was it? Was it number 7? Remember, or maybe it was 4. Was it 4? Hello. Yeah, 4. The Ninetales events are not fun, dude. If you do Siege of Orison like 3 or 4 times, you get bored, dude. You need to win the Pirate Swarm to get the Pirate Gladius and Cat. Yeah, it's not that difficult. You can do it with multiple players as well. Just don't do it with NPCs. Go in with a couple of players. Literally take 15-20 minutes. If you compete Swarm, you get a chance to buy another ship. Yay! I want to run an insurance company in this game. I'm not sure if that would happen. I want them to fix stealth cause, well, I want the Eclipse to actually be stealthing. It is, dude. You can sneak up on 4K on somebody. What more do you need? Did a bunch of medical supply runs. Did you all this so you don't have to get food? Yeah. Those elevators are trippy? Yeah, but if you bend the game to your will, it's very easy to get around it. I am the master of the elevators. They do not slow me down. But yeah, I don't, if you go to a medical center, you don't need to get food or water. You can just get an EV drip, basically. Alright guys, take care dude. Appreciate coming in. Yeah, you've got a completed multiplayer and stuff like that. But obviously if players don't join, you got that. I think the only good part about Pirate Swarm is at the end when there's all those Merlins and the Hammerhead. I think that's really cool. The worst is when you run out of fuel. I did it once at when the Ion wasn't as bad and the Ion ran out of fuel as the ending came in, and it was just funny as fuck. All these Merlins shooting and spraying at me and I couldn't do a damn thing. If you're ever gonna do that, that game mode, always do it with a ship that has good fuel. Gladius or an Arrow or something. But stealth is pretty good for an Eclipse fetch. Like, you can literally sneak up on like 4-6 kilometers away. The Saber's good. You can get, again, Saber can sneak up like 4 kilometers away from people. The problem is, by the time you activate all your shields, you die. Because it takes so long to boot it up and stuff. Sorry, guys. We're bringing that refueling ship. I kind of feel bad that they did all that work for the Starfarer and nobody fucking uses it, like... I just don't know why they couldn't have made the Starfarer refueling work in atmosphere and whilst it's on the move. Because if you can't do those 2 factors, it's so useless. Like, if you can't refuel in atmosphere, why bother using it? You just go and use the thing. Isn't it supposed to be a pyro thing? Yeah, but I mean, if pyro is nowhere to be seen for a long time, why bother doing, you know what I mean? And again, who is actually going to use it in pyro? Because here's the factor, when pyro comes out, I guarantee you the Banner Merchantman comes in. If you guys don't know, the Banner Merchantman can carry 3 Gladius or 4 fucking arrows in its hangar. Because the hangar is designed for a defender to land, and I did the measurements out in Grimhex, and you can get 3 Gladius or 4 to 5 arrows in that space. So why would you just fucking fly around in a Banner Merchantman? You don't need anything else after that. I still think they should work and try and get the Vulcan out. Not the Vulcan, yeah, the Vulcan. I definitely feel that the Vulcan needs to be one of the next ships that CIG bring out. Being able to repair, refuel, rearm. On the ground as well. Even if it was just like where it drops out consumables or something like that, you know? I want to play so bad, but I'm reinstalling on UE5? Unreal Tournament? Right now? Again, like, 317 is just, sadly, not worth. I only do this because, again, we've got the challenge on the stream. We're up to 123 days in a row. I'm very much at the stage now where I'm only going to be doing short streams because, again, I can be doing other things around for money and stuff like that. And especially when Star Citizen's so quiet. Everyone else is wanting to do other things. Unreal, right? Nice. Again, if the game was just a little bit more busier, we'd be in a good situation. But it happens all the time. It's always the same. Right before the next major content patch, the game just dies. And even these Siege of Arsons won't be enough. What's this? When I can get stick, they are drenched in DarkLaw sweat. I can't. Fuck's sake, man. Don't worry, the joysticks will be perfectly clean. I'm not gonna give somebody my old Verpals covered in gunk. Hey, Gallifrey, how you doing, sir? How are you? That would actually be one cool thing. Like, if you had the joysticks puppeteer, we could start doing, like, learning to do the sync flying. That would definitely give me something to do. It's one of the things that I enjoy, like, with low flying and stuff like that. I do love the formation flying more. You don't need to go too low, but you're cruising around off each other's wing. Whenever they brought in the desync fix for like ship to ship, what a difference that made to the game. Now all we need is the desync for high speed to be fixed, so that you don't get afterburner's advantage like at 400 or 500 meters a second. It would be so dope. Everyone figures that they'll wait until it matters again. No reason to play when everything is gonna go bye-bye soon. Yeah, exactly. That's why I keep flying, Doc. I keep flying because for me, muscle memory is more important in certain things. Though SE is a bit of a mess. Yeah, it is. This is not the known stable code I was hoping for the chairman. You know, funny thing is, I actually don't even think Chris Roberts writes that shit anymore, Galafier. You know what I mean? I generally don't believe it's Chris. I think it's just a lackey that writes it out. You should do a flight school and charge people real money for it. Nah. The thing is, like, again, I would have to do some flight with people. It requires me to have some patience, and this is one of the factors that I never do it with, as I only ever work with the guys who are in my org, because again, I know that by putting that time in, I will get the benefit out of it as well for the future. Is always avoiding as much to do with pugs as possible. Like, I know a lot of content creators will play with their viewers. I never have. Because I know exactly that when this game gets to a stage where a lot of things will matter more, you're just never going to be able to play with your viewers. You won't want to risk operations and stuff that you have planned for weeks on the sake of a random person coming in and fucking it up. It's fine right now because of the state of the game, but I've always tried to keep this balance between my viewers and myself, where there will get to a stage where I'm never going to be able to play with you in this game. And I just keep that relationship like that from the start. It's why, like, you always see people do better with numbers because they're just playing with their viewers, but it's also the same people will not be able to do this in the future because they're already coming into problems like things taking 3 or 4 times longer to achieve because, again, pugs are slow. And I'm definitely not the kind of person that enjoys doing like flight training on randoms. I number 1 dogfire dude. I would probably always say myself as a number 1 pilot of understanding, but no, not a dogfighter dude. I barely can dogfight these days. I don't put enough effort in to care. How are you doing, Wonderflick? Hey Lord Brainbrain. Been a while, how's the game doing? The game's fine. It's just super quiet because everyone's looking forward to Free 18 and yeah, we've got like a good 3 or 4 weeks before that actually happens for PTU, so. Good, planning spending October in Thailand. Very nice, very nice. Are you going with people or are you going by yourself? What are you planning on doing there? I've not had a vacation in 10 years. I've also not had a day off in 123 days. Flying solo? Alright, well be careful, dude. Make sure you get yourself some good guides and stuff when you're out there. No roaming into other areas that you shouldn't be doing, right? I definitely need to go on holiday somewhere though for a vacation. 10 years is a long, long time. That's because of the dogs. I was thinking about doing like Isle of Skye next year or something like that because I turned 40 at Christmas time. I'm thinking about doing my birthday stream before Christmas this year. Just because I have a feeling people will be spending more family stuff because of less restrictions this year. So we may do it sooner. Obviously, 26 is the real birthday, but we might just do the event like at the start of December instead. Hopping Islands? Nice. Yeah, that sounds dope. Hey Joe, how you doing, Chief? Scarlet, welcome in. Lucky my family is happy to watch my... I'm gonna not say that word because... Yeah, you know what I mean? If I say that word... somebody's gonna think I'm being racist. So I'll just say cat. It's a super sweet cat. I really like the look of the... Like, I'm not a cat person, but I like those big, like... They're kind of like, not big cats, or classed as big cats. They've got the long legs, they got the kind of like zebra... Not zebra, the like leopard print, and they got the big fluffy ears. And you can get them as they're classed as domesticated cats. They look pretty dope, actually. I want to tour Scotland. This is definitely the wrong time of year to do that. It's starting to get very, very cold already. Like, I'm having to put a beanie by going on. It's dropped from like 20 to 6 now, so in the next month we'll probably start hitting the minus at night. Snow will return, the winter, and the dead. My wallet agrees. Yeah, best time to visit Scotland is like at the end of April. Or into the summer, right? Shut the fuck up. What fucking experience are you gonna get this time of year? Right? Tell me what fucking experience. You're gonna get miserable. We're about to go into rain season. Are you talking about where you're gonna get that authentic fucking rain that everyone complains about? Because that's coming. More people in bars as well. Rain and drive, great weather. Yeah, exactly. We're gonna get the bad authentic weather. Actually, funny enough, I don't mind the rain. But I prefer winter over summer. All the time. All the time. Alright, I need to change up some music. I definitely need to go and get some dinner, right? Do this one. Ugh. God damn this fucking tickly cough. Fucking COVID. Alright. I don't know what. This is not really the song that I was thinking it was gonna be. No. Oh, for fuck's sake. It's the Hulk Hogan movie. Yes, it do. Real slow today. Or I'm recovering. Yes, it does, so. So I'm gonna zone out a little bit. Are we there yet? Not yet. Not yet. Hey, Villa, how you doing, Chief? Transformers the movie. Great movie. Better than any Michael Bay. Actually, no, that's oh, fuck, man. Grimlock kicking down the door. Excuse me, yeah. That movie is one of the best, like. So dusty, eh? Just clouds and clouds of fucking dirt. No. I look forward to seeing what Pyro offers us for, like, heading around locations. I would love just a big fucking deep canyon with some, like, rocks sticking out so you have to go underneath them. That would be so dope, like. Where you have to control your height ceiling. And your, like, horizontal movement as well would be pretty dope. It's gonna be exciting times when we actually get Pyro, I think. But some of the concept rock formations looked really, really good. And again, I would love to... No joke, one of the fucking coolest things I would love to see in Star Citizen is being able to fly under the radar and you've got fucking laser guided bombs on like an arrow. You've got a guy, one or two people fucking ready at location and you are fucking cruising under radar, under SAM sight, that Top Gun fucking Maverick vibe, right? And you're dropping the payload, you know? And you just gotta go in as fast as you can. Under radar. That would be so fucking sick, man, you know? They definitely need to make like size 1 or 2 bombs. Laser guided. That kind of gameplay would be really cool. And there's not many games that actually do it. Only Arma really offers that. Dynamic hard deck? It would be nice, yeah. Sorry, guys. Well, that's what I mean. Have a team on the ground with laser detonators, and you literally have like 5 arrows in a line, right? Doing this kind of stuff. And it would be so dope, man. You're in a formation and you're fucking, you know. Oosh. That would be so fucking dope, man. I would love it, man. Under the radar gameplay. Fast, furious. The opposite team are just like, what the fuck just happened? Like, nobody would be complaining about A2. They'd be complaining about fucking low-flying arrows dropping bombs at fucking 600-700 meters a second. It'd be so cool, man. Yeah, I think that would be a really cool thing for CIG to add in. I don't think it would be that difficult, right? Low-flying arrow drama. How do we beat low flyers? You know, all it takes is 5 low flyers to come in and a designated laser team that have snuck in past our military forces, and they're just ruining the game. You know, I can just see the fucking memes already. CRG are like, what? You got a fucking team of low-flying arrows coming in at ridiculous speed, and they're dropping precision bombs with laser guided? You know, I kind of feel like it's on you to stop, right? I would actually, no joke, I would love orbital weapons, right? I don't know how CIG could do it to not make it OP, but technically speaking, right? Technically speaking, the Idris railgun does 40 kilometers, right? If it did 40 kilometers, you could actually shoot from space to the ground with it. And that would be really, really fucking cool. So again, they could make it where you have laser designator ground team, right? And then the main gun can target that and they get the pip to aim on and fire. It would be sick, man. And it wouldn't be overpowered because again, like, everyone pretty much has an Idris, right? I think it'd be really cool. Yeah. I really hope CIG works more on for like ground to air kind of gameplay, you know? Yeah, devastate. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But again, it's like, imagine you're warping your fleet in, and then on the ground they've got the batteries going off, and you're on the ground and you're listening to this fucking cannon go up into the air, and you're seeing Idris's crack in half or something like that. Ah, man. Because they used to have it when ships were in the air, like big ships, and you saw them in the distance. This was before they sort of made moons and stuff scale a little bit higher. It would be really dope. Again, I'm all for the kind of cinematic stuff to Star Citizen. I want it where, like, it doesn't need to be continuous shots being fired, but that kind of vibe of understanding power, you know? Be it from the air or be it from the ground. Just big devastation weapons that require a big amount of resources to fire. It'd be cool. Hey, Ham, how you doing, Chief? It would be seeing a railgun coming from the sky. It would be cool, man. Because you know how, like, in certain atmospheres, like, vehicles fly through and they go on fire and stuff like that. It would be the same as if you were seeing, like, a railgun shell. It would be coming through the atmosphere and you'd be like, fuck, alright, here we go, like. running across the jump down field as this fucking shell is coming through the clouds, and you're just like, shit. Oh man, I think it would be pretty dope. I look forward to when players have more like Capitals, Javelins, Krakens, Idris, able to bring in some heavy weaponry, you know? Yeah, well, especially with the Gen 12 stuff, right? But again, a lot of these things, like I think Star Citizen can actually get away with or achieve. It's just, when are you ever gonna see it, right? That's the biggest sort of issue with Star Citizen. Is it's always going to be the, will it ever get to that stage, you know? Yeah, I think so as well. I mean, like, not to brush off, but if Arma can do it, I think CIG definitely have the resources to be able to do some of these cool things. Like laser designation, I don't think should be that difficult. Because again, how it works for me, right, is laser designation could just be a device that creates a pip for somebody, right? If you think about it. Fucking 85X, what the fuck? There's a ballistic 85X, that'll be nasty. I think there's a secondary coming in as well. Let's have a little look, chat. Shall we just put a Fox into it? Let's do it. Fox 3 on that one. Oh god. That's the wrong vision. What are we dealing with? Ballistics, cannons? The fuck is that? Is that neutrons? I kinda feel like it's neutrons, right? Yeah. Feels like neutrons. Ugh. Alright. It's pretty fucking red. Let's give it a chance to disappear. It's literally one pass left. Fucking ballsy, like 85X. Fucking neutron cannons are like sounding pretty dope actually. But yeah, laser designation could be just literally where it creates a pip. If I can target it, I see the pip or I see the bomb thing and then I can drop on it. That would be so fucking dope. And again, I don't think it would be that difficult for CIG to add that kind of stuff, right? What is great about SE is the clouds were created in-house, so they can... You know the T-Love, they're saying for 3.18, the clouds are getting upgraded with Gen 12. And they actually are, apparently, obviously we'll wait and see if this leak is actually confirmed. They're meant to look like Flight Simulator clouds now. So I'm very excited to see how we're going to go from pixelated clouds to proper fluffy, I think. In 3.18, which is going to be really dope. Again, this is just on the leak stuff right now, but once we actually see it ourselves, we'll be able to confirm or not. I hope it's true, I really do. Again, there are a lot of things, like for me, I don't really care too much about like weapon systems, how they will look and all that jazz. For me, long as the game feels good, you know, it'll be pretty dope. I don't need it to be the best of graphics, but just that little bit of like, ah yeah, you know what? That actually feels like I'm going through a cloud. That's all I care about. What the fuck are these guys talking about? I already know what you're fucking talking about, Fresh. Jesus, it's not difficult to see that at the beginning, like. You're such a dick. I was already reading, man. Like going in with more other things, like. I always love when fucking Fresh talks about the husband part, like. Not Fresh, sorry, Jack. Sounds familiar. What the fuck am I missed here, like? These memes. My fucking orc are just assholes, man. Absolute assholes. I think we'll get our first gold standard planet. That would be cool, yeah. Again, I kind of feel like gold standard to planets and stuff we'll see with Pyro, personally. I think that's when you're gonna see what they've been holding back on for technology. Also, I kind of think we're gonna see it at not Arena Commander, the CitizenCon. Because last year we got to see Pyro, right? And everyone was a bit depressed about it. They were like, oh, this kind of sucks. I was kind of like, no joke, when I saw Pyro and then the 400i going through the clouds, I was like, damn, that looks good. Like, that felt like the planet was fucking big. You know, the backdrop is big, the mountains are big, the clouds and stuff are big. It just generally felt like you were on a planet. Because Hurston and Microtech and stuff like that just feels so fucking small to me. Like, there's no high mountains or deep gorges or, you know, the forests are just so unathletic. Like, you look at the tree formation on Microtech and they're just like, it's like going to a forestry that some humans planted, right? It just doesn't feel organic or anything like that. So I'm hoping that new Planet Tech sort of makes it feel like when you're flying across a desert, you're flying past mountains, you're actually flying past a mountain. Because most of the hills in this game are so small. Even though you're flying like 600-700 meters a second past them, they generally feel small. There's nothing big about them. So I'm hoping that Pyro sort of ups the scale of what technology they can do, and then they come back and redo Daymar and stuff like that. Because I would love to go for a tour into Pyro, and then eventually you hear them upgrading, and you come back to Stanton, you go back to Microtech, and you go, damn, fuck, that's what happens after an upgrade. Or a gold standard of a moon or something like that. So I'm really looking forward to October. October is going to be good, I feel. We got PTU, we got CitizenCon, we got a lot of ranting to do, most likely. But I'm very excited to see the sort of like CitizenCon video with whatever they're going to actually put out. It's one of my favorite things. Oh, also the videos as well. Because Kay Winter used to do all the videos. Really fucking talented work, right? But Kay Winter has changed out the team, so it's now Laika who's doing all the videos. So I can't wait to actually see what Laika's quality is like. Because he did the last one for... What ship was it for? What last video did we just get recently? Oh, we got the Corsair one as well. Corsair, the Vulture video, The free 18 video as well. We'll get to see that one. I do like those ones. You know how like it tells you what the game is going to offer and stuff like that. I'm dialing in on fucking org chat right now. What the fuck are they talking about? Oh man, I fucking hate when they do this shit. They're taking the piss out of somebody and I can't join in because I'm live. Yeah, the staff that do the commercials for Star Citizen, from compared to what it used to be, like, does anybody remember the old Hornet one? I'm going out to get my wife some ice cream or some shit like that. Look at that video and then compared to what we have now in 2022, it's not even funny, the quality level in those years. Like, the CIG team, I keep saying this, the CIG team could easily make a movie, a CGI movie, with all their assets, and no joke, I think it would sell really well in the theater. Because it's all mocapped, right? And voice acted and all that shit. You could easily make a Battlestar Galactica kind of movie, you know? Maybe 2 or 3 hours long, take 12 months to do it. Maybe longer, 2 years, something like that. Fully voice acted. You got the battle, like Vandal, stuff like that going off. I think a lot of people would actually, you know, at least rent it or something like that, you know? I think they should. Because every time I watch a commercial, I find it difficult to try and work out if it's CGI or if it's in-game assets that are used in their different tool, because obviously they can make it look a lot different than what we see it as. But it's of such great quality. Yeah, exactly. The MSR one is like a movie, right? I think they could easily do it. I would definitely watch it. If there was a Star Citizen Squadron 42 movie for like an hour and a half, I would watch it. Guaranteed. I would watch on stream as well if you're allowed to. The Kraken. The Kraken's an old one though. If you think about it, Kraken is 2018. The Kraken video is 2018. That is an old video. Imagine if they redid the Kraken one with the updated technology that they've got to do all the effects and stuff like that. It would be dope. I mean, they could even sell it on... No joke, I would probably spend $20 to buy a movie off the website. That's like an hour and a half long. If it's supporting the game and it's not, you know, it's using visual artists to make it and stuff, voice acting and stuff, I think it would be cool. I know, I'm waiting to see, like, for me, I can't wait to see the Idris, F8 Lightning, Kraken, Javelin release commercials that they'll do. It would be amazing, you know? The 600i commercial is really good. However, the 600i commercial will always piss me off to this day. And quote, when the 600i warps away and it makes that noise and they didn't put that noise in the game. That pisses me off. Because that video of the 600i warping where it goes boom, 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 and it fucking, it does that like Star Wars kind of cinematic vibe to it. I'm like, where's that in the game? Why do we not have that kind of warp animation in the game? Why? Why CIG? Why? Like, I never liked the one where it was the freelancer and it sort of like went into a elongated kind of fucking sausage lightning thing and stuff like that. I never liked the freelancer one. But the 600i warping, where you see the like little 300i's and the 100i, or I think it's 400i, warping before it, that makes me sad that we don't have, like, our warps are very unathletic. Does anybody remember what original warping used to look like. Let me show you, right? Let me show you here. I wonder if I can... Sorry, guys. Mav... Right, I'm gonna have to find it on my Discord. Give me a sec. It was free, maybe. No. I need to have it in a different channel as well. Might have to go to Shadow Moses Discord to find it. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go to Shadow Moses Discord because it was Mav that posted. I think it was in Meta. It's not that far back, so scan here. Yeah, here we go. It's good when your memory remembers things. Right, so let me just cruise here. We're gonna turn this off here, but Mav's video shows warping. Where is it here? I think this will be it, maybe. This is old, man. Look how old the fucking UI is for that shit. Maybe it's earlier on and then. Could have sworn he had the warp animation. This is 2016. Oh, wait. Is it this time? Wait, this might be it. Does it show the warp? No. Fuck's sake. I could have sworn I had it this here. Maybe it's another one. Let me check again. Or maybe actually... No, you would actually have the videos. This would be... That was Glaive. Eight years. No, it'd be... Maybe this one? 2.0? Yeah, this is it. Watch. Watch this. Right? Where did this warp go? Right? Where it's got the woom. And when you warp, it feels like a fucking movie. Right? Where did this shit go? Where you feel like you're going faster and it's coming past you, right? Apart from all the crap that's on the screen, right? But then when you see the planet warp in and it flashes, where did this go? Where did CIG get rid of these visuals, man? Let me get rid of the thing here, right? This is fucking 2.0. Where did this go? I never understood this. how back in like 2016 the game looked better than it does now. You know what I mean? Like, it feels more grungy, cinematic, dirty vibes. Look. Where did this game go? Even the shots, like, bouncing off shit, sparks, everything. Look at all the fucking hit detection. Telling you. The blurriness in the belt when you're going fast. Where did it all go? Who at CIG turned all of this off? Felt far more, yeah, I mean, look at this. Look at the hit detection telling you you're fucking peppering the ship. Going through at 1200 meters a second feel like it's a fucking NASCAR drive. Look at it. Not Disney anymore. It's so sad. And the explosions. The fucking Connie exploding. Obviously, that's a bit weird what it's doing, right? I don't understand where this Star Citizen decided to go. Why they took this away. This is cruise control, by the way. 1245, flying through a belt, feeling like it's ridiculously fast. Look at it. Look how fast that feels. And it's only 1245 meters a second. It feels like you're going 3 or 4 fucking K. And then the warp again. Ugh, man. I don't understand how this just got lost. Everything looks dope. Especially this. This looks so cinematic. But yeah, that was 2.0. That is 6 years ago, man. Vandal Swarm. This is like the only fucking good videos to see these years back. Like sparks and everything, man. Shit falling apart. One day I suppose we'll get it back. One day. I would agree with nothing seems as fast as it should be. Like that to me feels like you're going 3 or 4K and you're only doing 1200. Star Citizen just, as much as the graphics advance, I just feel like they lost that sort of grungy kind of cinematic darkness to the game. They gamified too much to save on resources instead of optimizing the quality that was there. That's very true. I kind of hope that they can go back to it, T-Love. I really do, because the game just felt a lot darker, you know? Yeah, totally. Give me 2 secs, Battlestar. Got you. I'll hold it until you're in. The QT felt impactful and terrifying. I know. Remember when it used to rumble, right? That for me is that's for me what it, like when you were sitting in a cockpit of another person's ship, like a colony, you were like this, rattling, and you were like, holy crap, this actually feels like the ship is being torn to bits as it's moving so fast. And then it got changed, man. It got taken away. Space Dads need it slower? I don't think it's got anything to do with Space Dads. I think T-Love has the best answer to it. They gamified too much to save on resources. So hopefully when they get server meshing and all the other technologies, they can fucking go, right guys, it's time to release it again. They're like, is it time? We've been waiting, you know? And they just go like that. The fucking 8K textures pop back in. Your PC starts to flame on fire and you're like, yes, finally. Finally, we've got the game back, you know? That would be fucking amazing. Another thing I need is MFD API. I want to cast the MFIs to physical ones. That would be dope, right? Now, I'm not somebody that likes sim pits kind of stuff, but I would definitely love to have, like, you know, a virtual kind of, or like a physical something that I do touch it and it touches in game, you know? Drop the immersion hammer, hardcore. I hope that's what they can do, right? As soon as they have like server meshing, stuff like that, I hope that CIG have the ability to basically crank up the dials again. Because it feels very much like they've just toned the game down to nothingness, right? Fuck's sake. My cough medicine is definitely wearing off. Oh, can feel it in the chest again. We might be at our limit. I think like 3-4 hours is what I'm able to do right now. I guess it'll get better in days and stuff like that. I definitely feel a little bit stronger today. Peppermint schnapps? There's no way I'm gonna get that. Yeah, very true. If CIG did that. Knocks a cough out for a few hours. Just peppermint snap alcohol. Is that what you're talking about? Just the alcohol. Hey Chronicles, how you doing, Chief? I don't know if I'll be able to get peppermint schnapps locally, but might be able to get an Amazon order. Oh, 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 whoa. Let me just rack up 7 fucking decoys just in case. Oh no, we got something cruising in behind us. What we got? Oh, a fucking car to all. Oh, oh god. A car to all. Ugh. That is something I do not want to fucking play with, sadly. No spank you on that one. Woo! Can literally stay right behind on your ass. No thanks. That is where I will need a wingman to deal with that one. There's a brand called Dr. McCulley's that you can buy. It's a low enough alcohol. Alright, nice. Cool, cool. Yeah. I'll give that a wee shot. Maybe I can get it on Amazon. Because I know I won't be able to get anything like that from like a local store. But I definitely need to get some cough medicine soon. Ugh, how to deal with a car-to-all. The problem with a car-to-all is it literally... It's not its agility or its movement. It's the fact that it breaks the blackout. It doesn't black out like other ships do. Which makes it very, very annoying to deal with. And that is the biggest issue with this little thing. However, if we can knock out an engine, right? Hit ridge there. And it's gonna move away. I'm gonna push past. So it's badly damaged. Let's win off that one. And we'll just play like this. We'll use just strength of push. That thing is pretty badly damaged. One more pass with shields down and I'll kill it. I think that's a fair trade from what we've done for me. What's the best update since February? What's the best update since February? What do you mean? What's better, neutrons or lasers? Well, if you're talking about neutron repeaters or just laser repeaters, they're both the same. However, you can lag. You can lag with neutron repeaters because they fuck up your FPS, right? Snap turns are my favorite thing to do in the Arrow, but you have to deal with the blackout. Yeah, see, the problem I have with the Car2All and other fast ships is not their agility and their movement. It's the fact that if I do 9 Gs, I black out. If a Car4All does 22 Gs, it doesn't black out. And it's so silly. That is something that CIG has to work on. I don't care if there's very hyper agile ships or fast ships in this game that can cling to you in orbit mode. It's the fact that the player doesn't black out when you black out trying to push limits, right? And hopefully they sort that one out. Because again, I think the Car2All can do like, what, 32 Gs at some turns and stuff like that, and you don't black out in it. It's fucking bonkers. And that's not the player's fault, that's CIG's bad design in blackout system. That's why I hate fighting those things. It's not because of the agility, it's the fact that the player can go and do barmy shit that I can't possibly do in this ship, and they don't get punished for it. And that is where G-Locks has to become a skill factor in this game again. It used to be a very long time ago where if you push too hard you would be blacking out in any ship. But for some reason now some ships just defy these rules. And it sucks, like. And I hope they fix it for like before the Santa Kai, because if the Santa Kai comes out with 4 repeaters and it's the speed of the Car2All, nobody will be flying anything apart from Santa Kai. Because you would be just so, you're so fucked. The thing with dealing with a Car2All is it has a big profile, a big forward profile, and 2 size 4s really isn't that scary in weaponry, right? What is scary is the fact that it can do more Gs than you before you black out, and it doesn't black out. But the Santa Kai, if it had that issue of that power, you know, in real life you do have G-soups. Yeah, but dude, we're talking about where like a 9G push blacks you out in an Arrow, and you do 30 Gs in a fucking Car2All and you don't black out. That's not anything about a G-suit. I lost my phone, so no SC. Support token. Alright. Okay. Appreciate that, Mr. Aceman. Thank you for the 5 months. I mean, like, G-suits are one thing, Pax, but we're talking about a ship that literally can do Gs way higher than anyone else. And you don't get any negatives from it. This is what I'm talking about. It's not the amount of Gs that it can do, it's the fact that if I do... Watch this, right? So we're gonna start turning here. We're at 7 Gs and I'm already blacking out. 500 meters a second, 7 Gs, 8 Gs. You see how I'm blacking out? Right? And this is just a tight push. Watch this. I level off and we try chord. I'm now doing 20 Gs. 20 Gs. And it's just going up into the same blackout as pushing a 9G. This is fucking wrong. This does not happen like this. 9Gs is not the equivalent of fucking 20 Gs in the same way it affects your brain. So even though you've got G suits to handle with Gs, you can't black out from a simple 9G, 9G push to instant 20 Gs and fucking be like, Yeah, no problem, pal. You know, pal? That's what I'm talking about. It's not the amount of G's that we do in Star Citizen. It's a space simulator fucking future game. They could make it where 20 G's is our tolerance. It's the fact that some ships break the boundaries of G's. You know? And that's what I'm talking about. When I'm blacking out at 9 G's, the Car-to-All can get around me at 22 G's and not black out. The pilot is just beaming you. That's fucked up. That's a broken ass game. Even with a ship with that agility, they should be unconscious shooting at you at that stage. But they're not. That's my only argument with these ships. I want Vandal ships and other ships to be hyper crazy compared to a human ship, but not to the extent of where you literally are cheating because the other person is blacked out and you're not, right? That is cheese. Yeah, but from a gaming point of view though, Doc, right? Let's not talk about realism or anything like that. From a gaming point of view, you can't have somebody in a ship blacking out at 9 Gs and somebody flying around at 22 Gs like they're fucking on ecstasy and they're not blacking out. That breaks a game massively. And that's what I'm talking about. It doesn't matter about what is physically possible and stuff. It's the fact that you can't be in one ship and you're unconscious at a very low G amount whilst you're literally doing things crazily in another ship and the G's don't matter, right? That's game breaking. And that's all that needs to be sorted, right? Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I'm heading out because I'm at my limit. I need to get some dinner and all that good stuff. But I appreciate all the banter. I appreciate all the subs as well today, guys. Thank you for spending some time with me today. We'll be back tomorrow. I'm hopefully going to try and get on at my normal time. Today was just, I had no energy. And I had all this like mucusy kind of build up on the chest from the COVID. So we're a bit later today. However, I'm at 4 hours. I'm starting to feel kind of like... And I don't want to go sheet white any more than I am already. So, yeah. And again, like I said, I've not eaten today. So I feel that would be stupid for me to keep going. Let's find somebody we can send you over to. And we will continue with day 124 in a row. Even with COVID. I'm always going to say this tomorrow, guys. Army Tim, thank you for being here. Citizen Killjoy, thank you very much for being here. Cough, T-Love, Chronicles, Doc, thank you very much for the chat today, dude. Appreciate it. Pox, everyone chatting today as well. Having a nice debate instead of turning into heated arguments of who's right and who's wrong. I definitely think you said that right, Doc, earlier on. That it's nice to actually be able to have conversations with people without getting into the I know more about you kind of shit and just have opinions on certain things. Who do we have available? Who do we have? See, like, everyone's on holiday. I think Burks is definitely on holiday. We went to Mordor's yesterday. Go and get some medicine. Callie or Croncy? What do you guys fancy? Callie or Croncy? That's kind of like my ones that we have now. We got Scorpion. Scorpion as well. Depends what you guys fancy. The base radio. Is the base radio still streaming? Oh shit! No. I know who we're going to. Jonathan Winters is on right now. Jonathan Winters has a YouTube channel that I personally feel teaches you about PvP better than like an Avenger 1 video, just because it does. We're going to go to him. We're going to go to Jonathan Winters because I didn't know he was streaming on Twitch. And you've got to go and check out his YouTube channel. If you're looking into PvP or some of the terminology and stuff, this dude will help you out. And I think he deserves a lot of love. So let's go in. Let's drop the raids. Let's drop the follows as well. He's on 97. And yeah. Let's do this. All right. But yeah, thank you very much, guys. Appreciate all the love today, and I will catch you tomorrow when I get my ass in and all that good stuff. Thank you, guys. Appreciate all the love, all the follows, subs. We've definitely been hit by bots again today. Appreciate you, bots. Thank you. Thank you for spamming. See you later, guys. Take care. Have a great Sunday. Get some nice food. And we'll see you again. Take care, everyone. Thank you, CN Shoot. Take care, guys. Glitch, Chronicles, everyone. Have a wonderful weekend.